So bear with me for a couple minutes and we should be on live momentarily. So happy Saturday to all you folks. The 15th, February 15th, the day after Valentine's Day. Hopefully some of you guys did all right on that day with not what we're going to talk about, obviously, but just shooting the shit until I get this going. But we got multiple Trump topics. One I wanted to discuss, but apparently I don't have to, and I'm hoping that I'm right about this, and that is the notion that President Trump may have changed the rules so that medical bills can go back on your credit. I don't believe that's true, though. I heard somebody say that. But we're going to get into the actual topics of the show. So if you will bear with me for a moment, I'm trying to enter the information to get YouTube horizontal going. That's what I'm doing right now. So, and then we'll have all of the platforms up and running. So we should be going momentarily here. So I got everything going. Advanced settings. You got to make sure the proper hashtags are in there. There's a lot of crap you got to do to get a show going. But like I said, we'll be up momentarily here. Hashtag MAGA. I cannot tell you how many times I've had to type that. Hashtag MAGA. MAGA is historically, that will go down in history for President Trump. MAGA. All right, so let me go ahead and get things. I think I got everything going. So I'll go ahead and flip the device on its side and see what happens here. 3, 2, and 1. Okay, we are live on all platforms, and let me go ahead and get things going. All right, 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Now, this is a continuation. This is obviously week 5 coming up for President Trump. And I tell you, the news rotates so fast with our current commander in chief that it's really hard to keep up. I mean, I hear, folks present topics to me. I read the news. I pay attention to the news very often, very often. Good evening, good morning. Good morning, Sid, or afternoon. So this is an earlier show, so bear with me because I'm so used to saying good evening to my guests. So you're going to probably hear me erroneously say good evening a lot on this show because I'm so used to saying good evening. But today we're doing a good afternoon show. It's 12:20 here Central Time, so just transitioning from morning. But first topic I want to talk about is, and this is something that a lot of folks, I suppose, favor. Yes, Sid, you are first. I suppose people favor this, but I want to get your opinion on this. The unemployment rate in the city of D.C., Washington, D.C., is up 36% in 1 week. In 1 week, unemployment went up 36% in D.C. Now, I know a lot of folks favor the saving of taxpayer dollars that Trump and to a greater degree Elon Musk are participating in. But I want to ask you from this standpoint, can Washington, D.C. handle the barrage of unemployed people, unemployed persons in that city? I mean, D.C. is a big city. There's no denying that. But the unemployment rate increased 36% in 1 week because so many people are getting fired. And these are not minimum wage jobs they're losing. So these are real jobs people are losing, real jobs. So I'm going to ask from a simple standpoint of, do you think they can handle the sheer amount of unemployment, the onslaught of unemployed persons they're getting because they're firing so many people? Now, I brought up before that if you're firing people at this rate, like they are in DC, there's going to be residual, or better yet, collateral damage. Meaning that, all of us work, we go to our job in the morning, we come home in the evening. We usually spend our paycheck on other businesses along the way. I stop off for coffee and a donut most mornings. Maybe you stop off for a latte or something else yourself. If I'm unemployed and I'm not going to work, I'm not going to stop off for coffee. So that business is going to notice my loss of revenue. And if you're doing this to thousands of people in one city, you got to assume coffee shops and places like that are going to notice that. And there's a whole lot of, like if you got, let's say, for instance, your office building, the employees in your office building, they not only go to have coffee, they go all of the local restaurants in the area, the McDonald's, the Burger King. That's where they all may go for lunch. That's where they all may go when they get lunch breaks throughout the day. If the building disappears because everybody's fired in the building, or a large portion of the workforce in that building is no longer there, those businesses are going to notice that their business in revenue is dropping too. This is what I'm talking about, collateral damage. So you're not just firing the people that work at the jobs in Washington. You're hurting other people that depend on their patronage, them patronizing their businesses. So we're going to talk about that as well. Certainly, like when listen, if you're in an office building, think about all of the products that an office building would consume. Vending machines, there are a lot of vending machine companies that fill up the vending machine so the employees can eat. But the vending machine owners, they're going to notice, obviously, this machine in this building is not being used at all anymore. So the vending machine owner may notice it. Obviously, whatever copy paper or people who service their equipment, all of that's going to be altered. All of this is in one city. We're talking about in D.C. So I'm asking, with their unemployment rate increasing by 36% in 1 week, the unemployment rate in Washington, D.C. increased by 36% in 1 week. I'm asking, do you think that they can continue handling that? Or how long before that starts having notable, measurable effects on that city? We've seen what happened to cities like Pittsburgh when the steel mills left, or Cleveland, Ohio. We're seeing places like Detroit, Michigan when the automakers left. Is it possible that DC could have that effect with so many jobs being lost in such a very, very short period of time? So we'll talk about that, obviously. In addition to that, we talked about Trump firing people. Apparently, nuclear staff members at nuclear facilities were fired. Now, I'm going from a news story. I wonder if you guys have heard about this or not. We'll certainly talk about it. But apparently, nuclear staffers were fired seemingly before Elon Musk and Trump knew what their jobs were. So they fired folks, nuclear engineers, and apparently they had to bring them back. So I'm just tossing that out there to get your opinion if you've heard of this story, because remember, we're getting rid of folks that their merit does not measure up. We're getting rid of waste. We're getting rid of people we don't need. That doesn't sound like this is what happened in this case, which would lead to the obvious question. Are they firing people so fast that they do not know who they're letting go? They got rid of nuclear staffers and had to bring them back when they found out what their actual jobs were. So is it possible? And I'll run this by you folks, and we'll certainly entertain this in the comment section and when I bring up callers. Is it possible that they just may be firing people without even paying attention to what value they have, if it's merit-based or anything? Maybe they're just firing for the sake of firing. Because that's what I'm kind of curious about. So we'll talk about that. Last but not least, this one is a big one. This one is still going on in Munich, Germany, as we speak. There's a conference going on right now. This is in regards to the Ukraine. And now these are actual quotes from Vladimir Zelensky. Now, you know who he is. Vladimir Zelensky is the president. I guess they call him president. I don't know if they call him commander-in-chief or whatever the hell they call him of the Ukraine. Vladimir Zelensky. Don't know why my monitor went down, but we'll see what happens there. Okay, there we go. If I don't have the photo to bring it, but everybody knows what Zelensky looks like. He was the man of the year on Time magazine when the Russians attacked. Couple quotes from him. One, he stated that a few days ago, this is a quote, a few days ago, Trump told me about his conversation with Vladimir Putin of Russia. Not once did he mention America needs to be at the table. That says a lot. That's a quote. He says that says a lot. So that Trump is having a conversation with Vladimir Putin over what's going on in the European theater, what's going on with the Ukrainians, and it's just him and Putin. Now, Zelensky also stated the days of guaranteed U.S. support for Europe are over. He is suggesting that the Europeans get together and start organizing plans for their own protection. This is Zelensky. Now, remember, Biden was treating this guy like an ally. Apparently, now Trump stated not long ago, a few days ago, Trump stated that him and Zelensky had a really good phone call. That don't sound like what Zelensky is stating. So is it possible that maybe Trump overhyped the nature of that phone call? So we'll talk about that. And last but not least, this one, wow. This one is, now we're talking about the Ukraine. This one really is going to take the cake. Now, you know Trump is a businessman. Trump is indeed transactional. He's all about the money, as they say, all about the Benjamins. Now, you know with Gaza, he's talking about taking over Gaza, turning it into the Riviera of the Middle East. Money. Talking about taking over the Panama Canal so that we would save on U.S. ships going through. Once again, that's money. That is indeed money. I don't know what the Canadians becoming the 51st state involves, but I'm sure it's money related. Now, you know we helped out the Ukrainians a lot during the Biden administration. How many times did I get into arguments on the program, if you've been watching for a while, with MAGA, with Republicans, with Trump supporters, that we should not continue sending money to the Ukraine? Well, we got rid of Biden. We got Trump now. He wants it back. He wants it back. Now, keep in mind, the Ukraine is rubble right now. They've been at war for 3 years as of this month. It doesn't look as bad as Gaza, but it's close. It's rubble. So Ukraine needs to be rebuilt. President Trump is suggesting, because we've given them so much, that the United States should get 50% of Ukraine's rare minerals. Fancy Prancy, yeah! Appreciate the hat mustache. So started off right. Thank you. He wants America to get 50% of Ukraine's rare minerals. And he states it is because we've given them so much. So not only do they have to rebuild their nation, now the United States is going to take 50% of some of their resources that they might be using to sell to build their nation back. Wow. So I do want to talk about that. And I see in the comments, the Blue Baron says, why shouldn't America be repaid? It's a decent argument to make. But I guess, it's almost like you're out running capers with one of your boys, you get locked up. When you're one end, you owed somebody money. They literally the minute you get released, they're on the outside of the jail, like, I want you to pay, you got to pay me back. Like, they haven't rebuilt their country yet. They're still at war. They are officially still at war. And Trump is announcing that not only are we going to stop helping you, you're now in the repayment phase. They're still at war. And he did, of course, as you might guess, suggest we would use the military to get the payment. So we'll talk about all of that. Busy day. It's amazing at how fast the news revolves under President Trump. So looking in the comments right off the bat, wow, that's amazing though. Take 50% of their minerals and resources while they're still at war. And they have a country that's rubble. You would normally assume America would normally take the role of helping rebuild the Ukraine. The nation building shit is over with. Now we want our money. Looking in the comments, imagine if America saved its money. Maybe then we could help our broken citizens and lazy no workers without getting taxed to death. Daddy T is home. Appreciate the comment, the input. That's not going to happen, and I'll tell you why. 3 years ago, there was no war with the Ukrainians. We weren't sending a ton of money to, well, we've always been helping the Israelis, but they weren't at war either 3 years ago. And you notice, you don't hear any politicians telling you, before we started sending money to the Ukraine, we used to be able to help out the homeless. We used to be able to help out the downtrodden and the poor, but now we can't because the money's going to the Ukraine. Fact is, they weren't doing it anyway. They were not doing it anyway. The point being made is if we stop sending money to the Ukraine, which a lot of people favor, we're not going to help out the homeless. We're not going to help out the veterans. We were not doing it before the money went. We're not going to start doing it after the money comes back. Remember, it's the liberals that supposedly want to give away free shit. You don't have a liberal in office. So, you ever heard of the phrase socialism? You ever heard of the phrase pull yourself up by your bootstraps? Do you really think that if America stops giving money overseas, they're going to help out Americans? Remember Obamacare, Universal Care Act? Who would be the primary recipients of Obamacare? Americans. Americans. Overwhelmingly, anybody that's benefiting from Obamacare or the Universal Care would it be an American. Did we want it? No. Most of America did not want to give other Americans health care. There is no stomach to help out poor Americans. So whether we stop sending money to the Ukraine or not, people are not going to want to help out other poor Americans. They're going to say, look, I'm not going to send my money to some homeless guy who's just on drugs or using it to buy beer. There's no stomach to do that. I mean, we don't even want to help out moms with children because, well, if you give her food stamps, she'll just have more kids. So if you believe bringing home the money is going to lead to Americans getting helped out, I got a river I want you to go look at in the middle of the desert. Looking in the comments, we're going to go straight to the box here if I can get my show to work. There we go. We'll go ahead and go straight to the box. Go hard in the paint. All right. Love the name. Good afternoon. Go hard in the paint. So what do you think? You think it's time for Zelensky to pay the piper?
No.
Wait, hang on.
Not at all.
Say that again.
Not at all.
So you don't favor Trump saying that 50% of their minerals should come to us?
No.
Why not?
That's theirs. That belongs to them.
But we helped them out for 3 solid years with equipment and surveillance and intelligence. Do they owe us at all?
Let them give us what they want to give us. We don't strong on people. That's not what it's about.
Are you sure about that?
We're not supposed to strong arm people. Let me put it like that.
Yeah. Because he said we don't. I'm like, are you sure? Like so, I mean, a lot of folks, though, do believe that money would be better spent helping out poor Americans and things like that as opposed to the Ukrainians.
Well, a lot of them believe that veterans should be taken care of, but they're not taking care of the veterans.
Yeah.
They could have took care of the veterans before that.
Yeah, but I mean,
allotted.
Well, here's the
point. From my understanding, is
go ahead.
From my understanding, most of that is weapons.
Right, older ordnance, middle. You know, it's not the newest stuff. Yeah, it's not the newest stuff. Country. We got it. I think you got a weak signal or something. We got a delay in your signal.
Let me ask you this here. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but you got a weak signal. I'll go ahead. You go ahead and speak. I'll give you the floor for a minute while we.
Okay, this is why I wanted to come up. 3 days ago, Trump said that he would be releasing names and entities of what they found. It's been 3 days, and we haven't heard anything.
What they found you said what they found. What do you mean? What they found in relation to what?
Of all the corruption.
In the Ukraine.
Corruption. No. Elon Musk.
Oh, you mean with all the firings?
Yes.
Okay.
He said he said 3 days ago that he would release all the names and entities of who've been taking the money and the things that they found. It's been 3 days, maybe 4 days now. He hasn't said anything.
Yeah, they had on their website. They had on the website the receipts were going to come, and it would be before Valentine's Day.
It ain't on the website.
No, it ain't.
They ain't released nothing. It's like the 2 weeks of them. In 2 weeks, we're gonna have a health care. It's the same thing. They have shown nothing. They hadn't been transparent about anything. There's a whole lot of word salad. I'm sitting up here I watched the whole entire hearing, and I heard nothing about who's stealing anything. Now I heard about gangs and stuff trying to break into the system. I heard about that, but I didn't hear anything about who's trying to take the stuff. These guys, I mean, and our people, and I love our American people. What happened to us? What happened to us?
I can tell you what happened to us. Folks did not like transgender playing for the wrong team and going in bathrooms. I don't know who was dealing with that, but folks did believe that was a major issue. Obviously, not securing the border became a major issue, and it just made Biden and the Democrats extremely unpopular. That's what happened to us, is that they didn't like the current administration and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and Trump sounded a whole lot better.
Now, another thing. 4 years ago when Biden came in, he had a lot of shit that he had to do. A lot of shit. Boy, Trump ain't really got nothing to do he?
Well, I don't know if I would say that.
Come on.
I don't know if I would say, you say he don't have nothing really to do. Well, he's doing a lot, though.
Wait a minute. He's got time to do some bullshit. Biden ain't had time to do no bullshit.
Well,
Biden had the pandemic.
But
come on, handsome.
I'm coming. But Trump is stating that, like you said, he hasn't shown the receipts yet, but he's stating that he's saving America billions of dollars. So he is doing something, according to him.
He said it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You believe?
I mean, the jury's still out. I get your point. The jury's still out on it until Elon and Trump shows us. Now, from what I hear, they fired a bunch of nuclear engineers until they figured out what the nuclear engineer's job was and had to bring them back.
Ain't that some shit? They fired some nuclear engineers. They fired 200. What was it? 200 federal workers for nothing.
Yeah. Well, I'm being told to save America a bunch of money.
My daughter has to figure out what she's gonna do. She's a federal worker, 18 years.
They fired her?
She's not gonna take that stuff. No, she's 18 years. She did 18 years. She ain't taking over. She ain't resigning.
Oh, so she's still there, but she.
Well, she lives in another state. They want her to come back. They want her to come back to D.C.
What the fuck would you do? You gonna go back so they can fire you?
No, they ain't taking that shit.
Yeah.
They gonna play it out. They gonna let it play out.
Wow. Now,
let it play out.
Now, if you're a federal worker, are they dealing with 401ks or do they get pensions?
I think it's pensions, but it goes by age. Does it go by how many years you've been there?
If they fire you, do you lose your pension too?
I think so.
Damn. After 18 years?
From what she told me, I asked her, she said, I asked her, can you get it once you turn 65? She said no.
So that's a whole career, damn, that they throwing away.
Yeah. Yeah, they're doing for no reason. I mean, why not start, if you're going to start looking for waste, why are you not starting at the Defense Department?
Right. Probably.
You know why you're not starting there? You're not starting there because Elon got contracts there.
Yeah, probably because they're making money in that area. I just heard today that Elon Musk tried to purchase an AI company. He offered 900 and something billion or something crazy, 900 something million rather. And the company denied his purchase. He tried to buy a company. I got to look into it, but he's obviously it's a conflict of interest. So he's collecting so much data, and now he's trying to buy an AI company, and they rejected the offer. I wasn't going to talk about it, so I didn't look too much into it, but because I just heard it. But they rejected his offer. It was I think it was about 900 million or something like that, and they rejected his offer on it.
But listen, I'm gonna let you have it, but you got to work on keeping a straight face. It's not working anymore.
Look, listen. I can attempt to keep a straight face, but when it gets to the point where, like for instance, I had heard this morning, and I'm not for certain of this. And as much as I pay attention to the news, man, it changes so fast that I can't even keep up. And I had heard that Trump had. Now I'm not for sure this has happened. So, but I had heard that Trump reversed I think it was either Obama or Biden, but medical bills do not hurt your credit score. And from what I hear, Trump did something where they now do. I looked into it. I cannot find any validity on it, though.
I heard that too. I just heard that too. But I mean, he's reversing everything. I mean, why would you reverse the pension the cut back on insulin? Why would you reverse that? For what reason?
Maybe you're making money off the insulin.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they voted for that.
They didn't vote for all this. No, they didn't. They voted for securing the border. They voted for getting these transgender people out of everybody's business. They voted for no new wars, no money to the Ukraine. They voted for that stuff. All of this mad. They did vote for smaller government, but they didn't mean for everybody to get fucking fired. So
he said what he was going to do.
He didn't say he was going to do that.
He was going to do that. He said it.
Nuclear scientists?
He said it was a revenge tour.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
But people didn't realize he had so many damn enemies then.
He has no enemies.
Yeah, he does.
The truth.
He has
no enemies. He just had people that's telling the truth. That's all. I mean, that was one time when they just used all his words against him.
No, I actually do believe some of the court cases, like what Alvin Bragg did in New York, I don't think that would have happened if Trump wasn't running for president. I think that some of the stuff they went after him for was solely
the same thing with Mayor Adams.
That's insane what's happening with Mayor Adams. That is a quid pro quo.
It's the same thing, though.
Yeah.
It was the same thing as Trump.
Yeah.
And Mayor Adams was a Democrat.
Yeah. What Trump is doing is essentially exactly what he accused the liberals of doing. A weaponized Department of Justice. Now that it's under his control, he's doing the same thing with it. He's doing exactly what he accused Biden of doing, is using the Department of Justice for his own personal benefit.
Yes, he is.
And MAGA don't have a problem with that now that it's working in their favor, but they did when it was working against Trump. All right, listen. I don't know. It's frightening times.
And for me, I just got on Social Security. And now they want to get into that. They want the purse strings for that. They want the keys to that system.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. That's nothing for the American people.
We'll see. 4 years, man. I got to move it on there. I appreciate you coming in, but 4 years, we'll see what happens. Got a long way to go. Thank you. You're welcome. Appreciate it. All right, moving on. By the way, tap the screen, folks. Get the likes up to about 20,000. We can certainly make that happen if your hands are not lazy. This is an early afternoon live. I got some things to do later, so I wanted to come here and talk to the people. And because news is rotating so damn fast, I wanted to come in here and run it. If now in the comments, Fancy Pressy says, if you're not cheating, you have nothing to worry about. I just told you he got rid of some nuclear scientists until you realize what they do for a living. They weren't cheating. So, listen, let me just say this. There's no way in hell I believe everybody that's getting fired throughout the federal government is redundant, useless, or lacking merit. They're firing people way too fast to believe that they're doing a proper analysis and investigation to determine what is needed and what is not. They're, as Elon stated, sometimes you got to delete whole departments. Good people are getting caught up in that too. I'm fairly certain of that. Good people are losing their jobs as well. Now in the comments, Bra says DEI. It's going to be DEI. It's going to be Democrats. It's going to be Republicans. It's going to be MAGA. It's going to be some of your friends and family. I mean, they're cutting jobs so fast. Everybody is in this. It's like a tornado. It doesn't pick out certain houses. It does everybody if you're in its path. So there's no way I could possibly believe that everybody they're getting rid of, America's better off without. If they were taking time and doing surgical strikes, I could understand that. But that's not what they're doing. They're deleting whole departments. So yeah. But the question I wanted to ask you said I got the derogatory statement up here about Ukraine, and that is, I believe this is the way the Trump administration is viewing the Ukraine. That's why I put that up on the screen. But what I wanted to ask is, with unemployment being up 36% in the District of Columbia in Washington, D.C., can that town handle so many people being fired so quickly. I brought up the comparisons of Cleveland, Ohio, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania with the steel mills leaving, Detroit, Michigan with the automaker. Can that town handle so many people getting fired so quickly? Because as I stated, it's not just going to be the people that are getting rid of. The coffee shop is going to notice there's not as many customers coming in the coffee shop. The fast food restaurants are going to notice during lunchtime there's not as many customers coming in here, because if you ain't got a job, you're not going to all of those places. Can the town handle so many people being canceled so quickly? Going back to the box, Dave Aber, I think it says, good evening, welcome, afternoon. I'm going to be saying evening because I'm used to doing evening shows, but Dave, good afternoon. Welcome to the program. If the box brings them up. Jesus is undocumented and is currently being deported, says Neptune Red. Well, if he entered the country illegally, I'm pretty sure MAGA would be okay with deporting Jesus. He would have to go, unfortunately. There's no other way to look at it. If you're okay with deporting the grandma, yeah, Jesus got to go too. The average wealth of people in Boston is $240K. Meanwhile, the average wealth of black people in Boston is like 18 single dollars. I'm assuming all of that's false. There's no way in hell I believe the average wealth of people in Boston is 240K. What probably is happening is there's a bunch of super wealthy people in Boston. If your numbers are true, there's a bunch of super wealthy people in Boston that is artificially inflating the numbers. You could take the poorest county in America and put Elon Musk in that county, and all of a sudden, everybody in that county by average is rich. No, it's just one dude that is fucking up the numbers. Let me go back to the box. I wasn't able to bring up my last caller, so we'll try it again with Nate the Great. Good evening, good afternoon. I cannot stop saying that shit. Good afternoon, welcome to the program. Billionaires don't care about poor people. A King, I could not agree more. I really could not agree more. I don't believe that. Now you got some folks who do, but it's not many. It's not many. I mean, like let's say, I think Shaquille O'Neal's getting close to being a billionaire. He seems to be very charitable. Is Warren Buffett known to be charitable? I mean, there's a few of them. Not many, though. Not many of them are known to be real charitable. I mean, like Michael Jordan is not known to be real charitable. I know he does a few things, but they could be doing it in silence, but I don't know. Once again, the box is problematic. We'll give it a moment. If not, I'm going to have to reset it and bring up somebody else. But in the comments, just want to make sure I get this. The $8 median net worth for black families in Boston is considered externally low and is often cited as a stark example of racial wealth inequality. $8 median net worth. What are you trying to tell me? You're trying to tell me the average net worth for black people in Boston is $8? Something's got to be wrong with that. That can't be right. $8, really? I'm gonna try it again. I'm trying to bring you folks up, but unfortunately, I'm not getting much luck here with the box. Either you got a bad signal or I do. I may have to now. I'm on Wi-Fi on every device, and they're all working, so that doesn't make sense. And by the way, if you folks favor this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle, I'm going to ask what I always ask. Follow the program on YouTube, or better yet, on TikTok. If you're on Instagram Live. We are also on YouTube, horizontal and vertical. Feel free to drop in there. I'll go ahead and if not, I'm gonna go to Instagram and bring somebody up as well. We'll see what's going on, but I'm having trouble bringing up guests on TikTok. Let's try this once again. Once the box resets, I'm going to make it so I can bring up guests one way or another here. Can anyone pay for eggs? Wait a minute. Can anyone pay for eggs? The writing of that is not right. Haven 8 in any a month, and gas is $4.50 a gallon. Went up for it. I will say this. I think I know what you're trying to say. Is that Trump ran on fixing the economy, and he's doing everything but fixing the economy. I don't think that is lost on anybody. I just think some folks don't care because he's sticking it to the liberals and winning in other ways. But for the liberals and the independents that voted for Trump for economy purposes, I'm sure they do notice that the economy doesn't seem to be improving as Trump indicated it would. And now all of a sudden people are being told, well, he can't do it overnight, even though throughout his entire presidential campaign, he used phrases like on day one constantly. Constantly. He made it sound like stuff would happen quick. And now that he's in there and it's not happening, he's suddenly he's suddenly indicating, well, it's going to take time. Instagram, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, all right. I don't have anything on the screen for you though. What brought you on? What am I getting wrong here this morning or this afternoon?
Pretty much. I don't really think you're getting anything wrong. I just think that when it comes to Trump and what he has going on, it's right in front of our face. So anything that you are telling me is what you see.
But what about the notion that he's saving American taxpayers billions of dollars by cutting all this waste? You don't buy into that?
No, I don't buy into that because where's the proof? Where's the proof that you've done anything other than just come out and tell me in a press conference I found this and I found that?
Well, that's what we're I guess we're hoping as a nation that you'll accept as proof is that he told you, so that means it's been done.
Oh no.
I mean, but that really is. You're correct. He's not showing actual receipts. You're supposed to take his word. If I say I saved us $1 billion here, damn it, I saved us $1 billion.
No, I'm not MAGA, Tim. That's that thing. They say, hey, we drove a truck full of gold off a bridge. I need you to dive off into this water and go get all that gold. They gonna go do it.
So wait, what are you saying? MAGA will blindly follow Trump anywhere, even if it's to their death?
Hey, he said it's their goal if they go get it. And that's what listen, we're talking about a man who said, and I quote, we're going to focus on us. We're going to focus on the United States of America. This is my goal. We're not trying to be over here and over there. We need to get this fixed.
Well, let me ask it to you because maybe we're not seeing something that's there. Kimberly on YouTube says, please stop lying to the people. He has shown the receipts and there has been layoffs. So she's indicating that he has shown us proof of what he's doing.
There have been layoffs. I can see that. You can see that.
Yeah, I can see the layoffs.
Okay. The money, right? Elon Musk was asked in the press conference, that was the condom thing was known to be a lie. What did Elon Musk say? Did he say, no, that's not a lie? No, I'm not going to be correct on some things, and I hope that it'll be quickly corrected, and you guys are, there to correct me. So moving forward, then he went to talking about what the country voted for, to try to say, basically, I have the right to go in, but you don't have the clearance. You're not a CPA. You didn't bring accountants with you. You brought hackers and or computer programmers. So you're not even prepared yourself. You just a rich person that the orange man have gave you free reign, and he don't even have the right to give you free reign. So, I mean, me personally, when somebody's quiet, they're dangerous, right?
Well, but they're not quiet. I mean, Biden was significantly quiet than Trump, more quiet than Trump and Elon.
I'm not talking about Trump right now because he's not quiet, correct?
Right.
Okay, so again, I'm not talking about Trump. Who's quiet is the other side that everybody keeps saying, well, why they ain't doing nothing? Why they ain't saying nothing? Why they just letting it go on? Because they're seeing all the illegal stuff. Mitch McConnell done said what's illegal and what he should have did.
Right.
So they got, listen, just like Jack Smith did, he let him fall on the sword a couple of times, you know what I mean? And had he not won and people had been not so stupid and voted for him, he would be in jail right now. Let's just be honest. Let's just put it all out on the table. If he was not the president
president. He'd be in jail right now.
I don't know. I mean, because the Supreme Court would still be there, and I think there's refuge with the Supreme Court for Trump.
If Joe Biden would have stayed in the race and it would have been another old white man up there, he would have won. And that man right there, that orange man that you got right next to Miss Harris, Miss VP, he would have went to jail.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that if Joe Biden had not stepped out and put Kamala Harris in, you think Joe Biden would have beat Trump?
He would have won.
No.
Listen. Listen. With the exception of his hardcore MAGA, all the racist folks would have seen a white man still on the ticket. So guess what? They still would have voted for him.
So
did we not have people saying, I don't care if he's on his deathbed, I'm still going to vote for him?
Yeah, but they wasn't racist people. That was people like Mark Cuban and Bill Maher of HBO.
But so he ain't racist, but what I'm trying to tell you is, for the ones that are racist that still don't like Trump, they figure, hey, check this out, it's still a white man, so I'm gonna vote for him.
So you believe that the only reason that Trump won over Kamala Harris was or the main reason was racism?
One of the main reasons.
I disagree with that. I disagree.
It's a trifecta.
No.
It's a trifecta of racism. It's a trifecta of masculinity.
No.
And it's another one of bigotry.
I just think in the eyes of many voters, the liberals just suck this go round. I don't think there's any way after that debate on June 27 between Biden and Trump that Biden would have won. You and I disagree. Now, what you're saying is because because Biden is a white man too, the racists would have been appeased. Well, if you are, because you're saying that the racists had this big effect on it. Well, the racists don't like the LGBTQ and all of that stuff either. So Trump is talking about getting rid of the huge migrant population. He's talking about getting rid of the Haitians because they're eating cats. And they're going to go with Trump even if Biden is the adversary. They're still going to go with Trump.
That's not true. That's not true. And I'm gonna tell you why. You ever seen the movie One Night in Miami?
No.
That's about when Muhammad Ali and I believe it was Malcolm X. What's his name? The running back, Jim Brown.
I haven't seen it though. What's the point of it? What are you talking about?
So in the beginning of the movie, Jim Brown is coming home. I think he just won, some type of, not the Super Bowl, but maybe like the Heisman Trophy or something. So he's driving up to one of his old coach's houses.
Okay.
And the coach sees him coming up, and he says, okay. So mind you, this is in the 60s, whatever, coming out of the 50s. And the coach tells him, oh, come on up. So he comes on up in the front porch. They go to talking. He tells him what where his is, his people, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about Jim Brown now. And the other coach is, of course, white tee. So long story short, at the end of their conversation, the coach is like, yeah, don't care. I don't care what they say. You do this and you do that and you don't mind nobody and blah, 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 right?
Okay.
The wife comes up and she say, hey, I need this shelf moved upstairs. Come on in, Papa Bear, whatever, He says, okay, honey, I'm coming on in. Jim Brown, because he just told him going to do what he, need to do, Jim Brown say, well, hey, man, let me help you with that, coach. Da-da-da-da-da. The coach go to left. He said, oh, no, man, I got it. Ain't no way in hell I'm going to let a Negro come in my house.
That sounds like some shit straight out of Archie Bunker, but I just said, I mean, you took a while to land a plane on it. I just disagree with you. I don't think Biden beats Trump. Certainly not. If you're going to say that the racial element had an issue, folks who truly are, involved in racial issues, they're not going to vote for Biden over Trump. I mean, because the things that they're concerned with most, Trump comes across as more favorable. I just don't see it. I mean, certainly in that element, certainly in the racial element, they're not going. I mean, this guy on appointed a black Supreme Court justice. He got a black VP. He worked with Obama. They're not going to vote for him over Trump.
When they lost the Civil War, did they get reparations?
What the hell does that got to do with it? What are you talking about?
What? Even though they lost, they won. That's the whole point I'm trying to put out there. Even though they lost, they won. Okay. Right?
Yeah.
So now let's get it back on Biden if he would have won. They lost because definitely Trump was the most racist, but they won because their pockets looking different. They're not fired off their job. They still work for the federal government like they intended to do anyway. But no, right now, Trump is doing some stupid, minute, like the most dumbest junk in the world for the simple fact you are firing some of your own people that are bigoted and racist. They're getting caught up too, and that's why they're making videos and saying they're regretting their vote and all of this dumb shit. Well, you don't care who it is as long as it's not your billionaire buddies. You're looking for this money. You're not going to do anything in it to help the average person.
You gotta give him time. We only on week 5. I think you may be moving a bit quick. I gotta move it on, but I still disagree with you. Biden ain't gonna beat Trump after that debate performance. I think that was it for Biden. He was gone. Even Nancy Pelosi didn't think he had a chance. I'll give you the last word, though. I gotta move it on.
I'll say this. She only had 100 days and she still got like 49%.
Fair enough.
So with Biden being a man and being white tea, it was in the bag. Them 15 million votes, they would have voted for Joe Biden. They did last time. Think about it, Tim.
I am thinking about it. The more I think about it, the more I disagree with you. I am thinking about it.
No. They did last time.
But last time Biden didn't have a horrible record like he did this time. Now he has 4 years of being in the White House, and people thought he sucked. I gotta go. Appreciate it.
Only MAGA.
All right. You drive a hard bargain. Go ahead and drive yourself. I'll move it on. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. And by the way, folks, I do appreciate you folks are following the program. Feel free to tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 25,000. We can make that happen. Some of you folks tap the screen. I don't think Biden had a chance, but my last caller definitely believes that. I don't, listen, there's certainly racial elements involved in our election, but there's no way. Certainly, if that is why you're voting, because you are loaded with bigotry and intolerance, I just can't imagine somebody picking Biden over Trump. I think me and him are polar opposites on that topic. But looking in the comments, Biden should not have run again. The old Biden could have beat Trump. The new one was in decline. It will happen to us all. True enough. We all will end up in decline, and I agree with you 100%. Biden certainly should not have ran for a second time. He promised to be a transitional president just to get rid of Trump, and he should have stuck with that. And most likely, if Biden had made it clear he was only running for one term, it would have given the Democrats a lot more time to pick a suitable candidate to be at the top of the Democratic ticket, and that would have made a bigger difference. Because chances are it would not have been Kamala Harris. I truly believe that. Now, what he pointed out, my last caller stated, is that Kamala Harris only had 107 days and she still got a ton of votes, meaning that, if Biden had plenty of time, he would have did it. I said this going into the election, that there were so many people who did not like Trump that a dog would get at least 30% of the Democratic vote. And I do believe that any Democrat that would have ran, Hakeem or you name it, any Democrat, AOC or even Elizabeth Warren or what, you're going to get at least 30 to 40% of the vote, because at least that many people do not like Trump. And it's not necessarily a bearing on Kamala Harris. It's just that you got that many people that do not like Trump. Just like MAGA is about 30% of the vote. So if Trump runs, it doesn't matter who the hell he runs against. He's going to get at least 30% of the vote. Looking in the comments real quick, there are people who will never vote for Trump no matter what. And there are people who are always going to vote for Trump no matter what. So I think you have to get around that. So you avoid me on YouTube and Instagram. Bro, they picked me. Wait a minute. They picked a female. Okay, first of all, when I say I run a free speech, we don't block, ban, or censor anybody. Damn it, I mean that. I get criticized on the program all the time because I favor Trump on some issues. I criticize him on others. So I'm a piece of shit to both sides. So I'm fond of comments who start out with "you're avoiding me," but here is one. I can't even pronounce the name. You is something motherfucker. Something it says, but he says you avoid me on YouTube and on Instagram, which is obviously voided because I'm reading this comment. But he says, bro, they picked a female because they thought their youth would jump on the idea of a female the same way they jumped on the idea of a black president. I'm not avoiding you, but I do agree with your comment. I actually do agree with your comment that they picked a female because Trump was going after the abortion rights. And they believed that a female would be the best person or the best gender to tackle that. So I'll bring them up, by the way. Let me see if I can continue the program on. But no, we don't avoid people on the show. Just don't do that. That's not something we do. And oddly enough, I'll go to the box on TikTok, but the individual that said I avoided him, I invited him next. Moved him to the top of the line. He declined the invite. Wow. All right, going back to the box. You get some really interesting people. Lewis, good evening. Welcome to the program. I always give my subscribers first digs. I voted for Trump and can disagree with some things like Gaza. Just asking for trouble in that part of the world. Well, Gaza, you agree with Panama, Greenland? Now he's talking about 50% of the minerals in Ukraine. I mean, he's moving around. Lewis, you said in the comments I was wrong. Elaborate.
Yeah, you're definitely wrong. I didn't say you were wrong. I said the other guy was absolutely right. I do believe it had a lot to do with race and misogyny. I don't think it was because she was Kamala Harris. I mean, and I don't think it was that they picked a woman thinking that a woman would get any votes. I think they didn't have a choice but to pick Kamala Harris because of the simple fact that they only had 107 days when they did pick her. And she was better equipped to carry on the agenda of the Democratic Party. Because you got to figure, if someone else gets primary, say if they would have had a primary, all those funds that Biden had goes back to the DNC.
Yeah,
they don't go on.
Yeah, I know what happened, but in my opinion is the reason the Democrats lost has to start with Joe Biden himself. By him not stepping down until August and giving the next person, which was Kamala Harris, such a short period of time. To me, it's less of Kamala Harris's fault the Democrats lost and more Joe Biden's. He should have listened and stepped down a lot sooner.
And just goes to show how intoxicating power is. Because the simple fact that he said that he was going to be a one-time president just to beat Trump. So he shouldn't have never ran a second term anyway. Yeah. He said he was just coming back just to be, and he did it. And I think if they'd have had a primary, it probably wouldn't have been Kamala Harris, even though she was his VP. I think Shapiro or one of the other guys that were more qualified, even the one from West Virginia. There were a lot of other people that probably could have given Kamala Harris a run for her money. Yeah. But not only that, excuse me, Tim, I think even if she would have won a primary, I think the audience would have gotten to see more of her. They would have known more about her. Because when her taking over with 107 days left, there was only so much that she could say because she still was the vice president. Yeah. And I will say this too. Now, I agree with you 100% because she's on The View talking about she wouldn't change anything from Biden. She used the phrase, I grew up in a middle-class family. She was scared to say anything else. Well, but see, that's what I'm saying is that if she had a full period of time to run instead of only 107 days, her handlers would have corrected her. And, like Trump said all kinds of things like, I want a Muslim ban, and then he narrowed it down to a certain amount of cities, and folks tried to correct me when I pointed out him talking about giving police immunity. No, he meant that. He had enough time with running for over a year and a half. He had enough time to correct bad statements. Kamala Harris with only 107 days did not. Because they would have corrected her and said, you need to stop saying you grew up in a middle-class family. Cool down on the laughing so much. Don't ever get out there and say you would not do anything different from Biden. But 107 days, you don't have enough time for that. Absolutely. And people don't realize, I know 107 days for me and you. If your boss came to you and said that you had to work 107 days in a row, that seems like a long time. And but that is not a long time when you're running for president. That's not a long time.
No, it's not at all.
So my thing is that
you got to be in different. You got to be in different cities all over the nation. You got to go in every state, multiple cities in each state. Yeah, that's 107 days is nothing. And certainly when you're going up against a guy that's been in the celebrity spotlight our entire lives.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Kamala Harris broke more tiebreakers in the House and the Senate than any vice president in the history of them having to settle because it was so close. Yeah. Did you know that?
But I've heard. I didn't know it myself, but I've heard people mention it on the program.
But the people didn't know that. So most people don't know what the vice president does. That's why it seemed like she didn't know anything. And even before she got to D.C., nobody knows that this woman started out as a prosecutor, went from prosecutor to
attorney general. Yeah, she was district attorney. She was attorney general, district attorney. Then she went to the city.
I mean, her resume is like impeccable.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So my thing, she didn't get a chance to introduce any of that. So my thing, there's people in California knew, but nobody in New York knew. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, you know what? I think now we see Trump is in front of the cameras every day, and J.D. Vance is not. But I think that if it's one thing the Democrats should have learned from the Biden and Kamala Harris administration is do not negate speaking to the people. Trump, while even in the offseason, while Trump was not president and Biden was, Trump was still talking to the people more than Biden was. So now he's president. He's now he is president again. He's only been president for 5 weeks, and I bet he's talked to the people already more than Biden did for a whole year.
But so you say he talks to the people.
Yeah,
he talks to Fox News. That's not most.
That ain't true. That ain't true. And I would agree with you if it was. I mean he's all over the damn place. It ain't just Fox.
Do you watch Fox News?
Not as much anymore, but I still watch a lot of it. Yes, I do watch Fox.
Most liberals and most Americans, which believe it or not are liberals, do not. So
then talk to MSNBC. Then talk to CNN. Then if you don't want to talk
but what you don't understand is that most liberals have abandoned MSNBC and CNN because they're owned by the same people.
Then that's the liberals' fault. That ain't Trump's fault. That's the liberals.
It's not a fault. It's not a fault. What I think is when Trump comes out and speak. Or when the press secretary there's nothing. Let's just get this part straight. Number 110. There is nothing anybody can do about the outcome of that last election. How we respond to that outcome of that last election is the key. Right now, when that press secretary gets out there and spotter off all those lies, they should have somebody like Hakeem come right back out right after her like they do when they have those.
That's what I'm talking about, talking to the people. They should have been doing that during the Biden administration.
But I don't think that should happen now. I don't think who's going to be running in 2028 should be showing their cards.
I think it should be happening.
They should be showing their cards.
I think it should be happening right now. The minute Biden was in office, Trump and the right were criticizing everything he did.
You're still talking about something that you're still talking about. Past tense.
I'm talking about something that turned into a victory. I'm telling you, you got to look at what the Trump. Hold on, hang on. You got to look at what the Trump administration did to get reelected again, and not ignore that.
But what can you do now, Tim?
What they did to get elected. You got to talk to the people.
But what can you do now to stop that victory now?
You're not trying to stop the last victory. You're trying to prevent the next one.
There you go. And so what I'm saying, you're right. Moving forward now, they should be doing more of that. But I don't think who's going to be running then. Trust me, it ain't going to be.
I'm not talking about who's running.
It's going to be I don't think that person should be getting up talking about their agenda this early. I'm
not even talking about necessarily. I'm not talking about from a standpoint of running for president. I'm talking about from a standpoint of just pointing out. Like, for instance, Elon Musk, the condom thing or the stuff he said about guys. When they're wrong about stuff, let's say I'm in Nancy Pelosi's former position or Hakeem Jeffries' position, I would tell members of Congress, I want to see each one of you on the news, on television, at least once or twice a month. We got 200 and some of you folks. If at least you got, I want you on the Sunday shows, Stephanopoulos, Meet the Press, Sunday morning on CBS. I want each one of you in rotation every week. I want to see some of you folks out there talking, and I want you pointing out. I want you pointing out the flaws. What?
I think they're doing a better job at that because I'm telling you something. Jasmine Guy be on television every day.
I'm talking about all of them.
She is the pit bull. She is all of them can't be on because they just
they can. They can.
But I think the main pit bulls should be out there. You're right. I think the main ones, the ones that you have a lot of people in Congress that are not. They're not very articulate. They do most of their work in the backgrounds, but there are probably out of all the Democrats, there's probably about 10 of them that really are the next batters up in our Democratic Party. In the Democratic Party, it's not my party.
Well, until they figure out who's going to be the leader, even in your homes, you don't have to be on Fox, MSNBC, or CNN. You got news networks in your own town, your own local ABC, CBS.
I think they should be on NBC, ABC, and CNN.
Right,
I don't think none of them should go nowhere near. I don't think none of them should go anywhere near Fox.
I don't buy that. I don't like that because Trump.
I don't think none of them should go nowhere near Fox because all the Fox does when they do go near him, let the Al Sharptons and the guys that know how to deal with those people deal with that. Al Sharpton's on Fox every day.
If you know how to talk, I don't care how bad somebody's insulting you. The audience can see what's going on. You and I disagree. There is no way in hell I believe the liberals should avoid a major news network like Fox. They should be on Fox News. There are people that are articulate within that party that can deal with Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, and all of them. Do not avoid Fox. I don't believe that.
I would say let them have, because number one, they're not going to let Jasmine Guy on Fox News. They're not going to let AOC on Fox News.
They make that known. Then you go out with the networks that do let you on. Every time you're on that network, make it clear. I have been asking Hannity to come on, and they won't do it. Make it known.
They do that.
All right, then keep doing it.
They do that.
Then keep doing it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I agree with you 100%. I'm just saying I don't like people saying that the people who are going to be running for office. Because we already kind of know who's the next batters up for the 2028 election. Let's just be for real. It was all those ones who didn't make it this time. They're going to be the same ones that's up batters up. Let's just be for real. I don't think they should be standing up, giving out their agendas or their protocol this early because it gives too much time. Trump can make all of them look like a fool if they put out their mission right now today.
I don't know why. I mean, Trump gave his agenda from day one, and look where he's at. He won.
But Trump benefits from being stupid. He's one of the only guys that falls up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He falls up. So my thing is, you say Trump talks every day. Trump walks out in front of everybody and says something stupid every day. No. He's not really giving you any. He's not giving you any agenda every day.
It doesn't matter if it's stupid or not. If the people don't think it's stupid, then it's beneficial. Talk to the people in a language they understand.
Nobody cares. Number one, you're not going to... Trump has a very strong base with MAGA. But he can't win if just MAGA believes him.
I watched this guy
Trump,
who you're calling... I watched this guy who you're calling stupid and all the stuff you're saying win the Hispanic male vote outright. Flip counties, blue, red that have never been.
I don't think Trump is stupid. I think he says stupid stuff. Let's get that part straight.
He says stuff that wins. He says stuff that wins. I don't care what it is.
But let it win. Let it win. Did Trump flip you?
No.
That's because you're intelligent.
It depends on who you ask. I gotta move it on. Depends on who you ask.
But I know you, Tim, and I know you are. I'm just saying he didn't flip anybody who's intelligent.
I'm not going to insult his voters by saying nobody that voted for Trump is intelligent. I don't buy that. There are plenty.
No, I'm saying he didn't flip anybody that's intelligent. I'm not saying he doesn't. If you voted for him, you're not.
I don't agree with that.
He didn't take somebody from the other side that was a liberal, that's intelligent, and made them now become a Republican.
I'm not gonna criticize the intelligence of voters. I don't buy that all MAGA that flipped.
Well, Tim, it's not about who voted. It's about how many people didn't vote. You got to figure there were 80-something million Americans, registered voters, that didn't even go to the polls.
That is true. That is true.
So that's where Kamala Harris lost the race. That all those people that they say that voted for Kamala Harris, you're right, the males, the black males or the white females or whatever, it's not because of the people who went to the polls and voted. It was because of the people who didn't go to the polls and voted. That's how she lost the majority.
All right. Well said. Lewis, you drive a hard bargain, but I appreciate you coming through.
All right, Tim. Have a good weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Happy belated Valentine's Day.
Yeah, whatever that shit is worth. Happy Friday. Talk to you later. All right. Moving in the comments. By the way, tap the screen, folks. Make it happen. I want to respond. Seek. I don't know why you're saying TikTok didn't work for you. I subbed on your TikTok and Seek, and now it's not working. I don't know what's going on with that. Seek. I thank you for the super chat. And there's no way I can do it specifically for you. I don't know what's going on with that. Does that say seek Lucifer? What does that say? Seek Lucifer. I thought it said Lucifer. If I see you in there, I'll certainly bring you up, though. Now that you pointed it out. Neither party was worth a damn. That's why they didn't vote. To some people, that is true. But at the end of the day, Trump won, and that cannot be taken away. Lewis, appreciate the support. Thank you. Going back to the box. And I see in the comments, he says, controversy always draws attention, and he's good at that. That is true. Trump is really good at being controversial. And this is what I always tell to my viewers who talk about Trump derangement syndrome and all this stuff. And you can't stop talking about Trump, or what did they say, orange man bad, and these other comments. I think Trump wants that. I think if folks were not talking about Trump, he would be disappointed. I think he wants to be the subject of conversation. You know, there's a saying that all publicity is good publicity. And Trump is a professional media mogul. So my guess is that he wants that stuff. So, it ain't Trump derangement syndrome. You're just playing into what he wants. I would never vote red, says Helene Gross. I'd like to know why. Why would you never vote red? Herbert Metzer says, name some lies. Are you talking about from Trump? I mean, let me just say this. You say name some lies. Is there any politician in existence that you believe has never lied? Is there anyone watching, since we got Trump up there, is there anyone watching that believes Trump has been 100% honest his whole life? The guy got like 4 wives. You think he ain't lied to none of those people? I mean, come on now. Do you have to actually go down and name the lies for you? I guess you believe that Stormy Daniels just appeared out of nowhere and they just gave her $130,000 to shut up about an event that never took place. Right. He didn't lie about that. He didn't have nothing to do with Stormy Daniels. He just decided to pay her. I mean, he got employees that work for him that suggest he didn't even pay them. But yet he just going to pay a random porn star a bunch of money for something that never happened. Okay. If you don't believe he's lied about anything, that's giving him way too much credit. Continuing on, though, with the one and only MAGA Reacts. Good evening. Welcome to the program, MAGA. Stormy lost both cases and owes Trump. Yeah, because she violated the confidentiality agreement. MAGA Reacts. Now, do you believe Trump when he say he never touched Stormy?
I'm 50-50 on that.
Why are you 50-50?
I don't know, because he could have... I don't know. I just, she's not that hot. And he's had a lot hotter girls than that.
She was 27. Wait. You're seeing her in 2016. She was 27 when he hit it. I mean, so you're seeing her 10, 15 years later.
I've seen her at her prime. She was never really that hot. Maybe just, I don't know. He probably did. I'll give you that. He probably did.
Let me just say this. There's 2 things I want to say, and I'll let you continue. First of all, when he hit her and she was 27, he was probably double her age. So I don't care what a chick looks like. If she's 20, 30 years younger, I don't care if you give her a 6 on the scale. If she's 20, 30 years younger than you got to add a couple points for that. You hit somebody that's 30 fucking years young. That's the first thing. The second thing I always say is this. I'm not a big fan of, let's say, Pizza Hut pizza. But if you come by my house and offer me something for free, I might take a slice. This is free pussy. You ain't got to do nothing. She's in a hotel room with him.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was convenient and on the right moment,
right?
Yeah.
I
wouldn't go out of my way. Now. I don't think he'd go out of his way for that one.
Yeah, he didn't have to, and that's the problem. If she showed up at your house right now, you'd fuck too. Come on now. Let's be real. You ain't got to do nothing. You ain't got to take it on no date. You ain't got to run no game on it. Nothing. She just come to your crib and ready to go. You gonna pass that up?
She's really not my type. Like,
she gotta be your type. It's free. Go ahead. What was your point?
No, I was gonna say, can you believe he's been in office for like 4 weeks and he hasn't cured cancer yet?
How much is bringing down the price of eggs?
No, but I'm making a joke here. Like the way these people are talking, like he's God and he could instantly make everything happen. Like the way they're blaming how he hasn't done this and he hasn't done this.
You're saying the way people are.
Might as well be mad that he didn't cure cancer too.
You're saying the way people are talking and acting like he's God. Did you hear any of his campaign rallies? He talked like he could act like God. They're echoing him. His favorite phrase is on day one.
No, I understand, but guess what? He has been working on a lot of this shit from day one. He's working his ass off.
He didn't promise to work on it.
It's not like he's being lazy. Like, if he was being lazy, I would maybe agree with him. But you could call Trump a lot of things. Lazy isn't one of them.
So what do you want to give him, a participation trophy? Because he's working on it? He didn't promise to work on it. He promised to do it.
Listen, I want to give him at least a year of chill and let's see the... That's what we do with most presidents. Most presidents get at least 6 months to a year to show some results. And you guys are asking for results on the 20... It hasn't even been 4 weeks. It's been like 26 days.
What does on day one mean to you?
That he starts working on it in day one. And, he's... Listen, I know he exaggerates, but he's at least working on it. There are a lot more politicians that promise way more and has zero delivered. Delivered nothing. He's at least working on it. He's given us his progress. It's not like he is straight out lying and isn't working on it.
What you're saying reeks of participation trophy. That's all I'm saying. You sound like you want to give him credit for trying.
But you're talking about participation trophy, and we're not even in the first quarter. We're in the first minute of the game. Okay. The first quarter would be like 1 year, because it's a 4-year term. But why haven't you won the game? Why haven't you won the game in the first minute? Is what you're saying.
If you promise me that your first shot is going to be from half court, I don't want to hear it at the end of the third quarter. I'm trying.
I understand. I mean, there's a lot of
I want you to hear this.
Promise that they're gonna win the Super Bowl or win the championship, and we don't abandon them just because they lose one game.
I want you to hear this, and you give me your definition or your explanation for it.
I will prevent, and very easily, World War III. Very easily. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will have the disastrous war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It will be settled quickly. I will get the problem solved, and I will get it solved in rapid order, and it will take me no longer than 1 day. I know exactly what to say to each of them. I got along very well with them.
Now, based on what he's saying, is anything wrong with people questioning why it's been, as you say, 5 weeks already?
It's been 4 weeks, under 4 weeks. But... First of all, he promised that before.
It ain't under 4 weeks. It is not under 4 weeks. You're wrong on that.
What do you mean? He got elected January 20th. He got inaugurated January 20th. It's not even the 20th. It's the 15th right now. It's been.
And listen, I've been doing shows every day, MAGA. I've been doing shows every day. As of Monday, that's the 5th Monday. He got inaugurated 5 Mondays from tomorrow. Yeah. He said under 4 weeks. You're wrong.
No, are you kidding me? That's the start of the 5th week. That Monday is the start of the 5th week. That means we're in week 4. That means it hasn't been 4 weeks. After Sunday, it'll be 4 weeks. And then that's the start of the 5th week. I mean, this is one of my biggest problems. I don't know if the left is bad at math or what, but this is just count the days. Okay. From January 20th to February 20th, that's 1 month, and we're in February 15th.
Okay, so what am I giving him an extra week then?
It doesn't matter. I'm just pointing out that it hasn't even been, we're not in the 5th week yet. It starts Monday, and it hasn't been 5 weeks.
Okay,
4 weeks.
So you're saying
either way, when he made that promise, that was before Biden had Ukraine firing missiles into Russia. Firing long-distance missiles into Russia. So Biden made things way harder. So he made that promise before, Biden had Ukraine escalate things.
So you saying if Biden didn't escalate things, he would have ended the war before being in the Oval Office, as he stated?
I think it would be easier, yeah. It would be a lot easier than, after we blew up the bases in Russia, deep inside Russian space. And, and then they fired missiles back, the IRBM missile back at Ukraine. And, you think it would be harder without the missiles being fired?
Yeah, I really think I think you're giving him way too much credit. And like I said, in regards to why people are wondering why he's not working like a magician, is for statements like he's saying right here. You're giving him reasons why, Biden altered something so we can't measure up to it. Well, then you shouldn't make a statement like this because you don't know what Biden may do for the rest of his term. You should have never made this statement.
Well, he didn't expect Biden to fuck him over on his way out like that.
The guy you said stole the election, you didn't expect him to fuck you over?
Not like that. That's like something that costs lives.
You just said the man stole the election. He's not even a legitimate president. Why wouldn't? And Big Dog says another MAGAT. This one is aimed at you. Big Dog says another MAGAT moving the goalpost again. I mean,
I'm not moving the goalpost. I'm just telling you what happened. I'm not saying that I would have. I'm just telling you what happened. Trump made that promise. Then freaking Biden had them shoot the rockets into Russia, and then I don't think Trump made that promise. And he stopped saying that after that rocket launch. And the second I saw it too, I was like, "Damn, there goes his promise."
Oh my!
But he did give us a ceasefire in day one. I mean, the day he was inaugurated, we got a ceasefire in Gaza.
So let me ask you this, because Trump
got a bunch of hostages back.
Okay, now since we're bringing up the Ukraine, I want to give you a couple of quotes. This is coming from This is coming from Vladimir Zelensky himself. He says that he told the European Union the days of guaranteed U.S. support for Europe are over. And he followed up by saying, a few days ago, Trump told me about his conversation with Vladimir Putin. Not once did he mention America needs Europe at the table. That says a lot. Now, Trump is saying that because we helped out the Ukrainians, we should get 50% of their rare earth minerals. So he's demanding payment for our assistance to them. Do you agree with this? While their country is in rubble and they need to be rebuilt, they're going to need all the money they can get, that we should start collecting payment?
Not really. I mean, I'm 50-50 on that one too. If they do it, great. If they can afford it, great. If they can't afford it, then no.
Does my monitor, is that reflective of Trump's opinion on the Ukraine?
What do you mean?
You see what's on the monitor behind me?
Trump clapping? Oh, sorry. I'm watching you on my TV on YouTube, and it's delayed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. Now I'm looking at the phone and I see it. I don't know. No, I don't think fuck Ukraine.
You don't think?
I don't think Trump feels that way. He just is being tough, showing some tough love. So
you want to show tough love? The country is in rubble, is in ruin, and you're demanding payment for what Biden did that you wouldn't have did to begin with, while they're still in ruin. You don't think that that's similar to what I got on the monitor? That's tough love, huh?
No, he wants to send out the message that, America's not going to be a blank check for anyone who goes to war against Russia. And I don't know. He's just putting out the message that America is not going to be a blank check for the rest of the world from now on. You have to need it or earn it or pay for it in the future by borrowing the money. We're not going to be an unlimited credit card for the rest of the world is the message he's trying to put out. It's more about the money than, the actual place.
I don't know. I think it's more about what we got on the monitor up there. Let me ask you this one more before we move on.
Because he's been like that with all of Europe. He's been like that he's trying to
but all of Europe is not in rubble,
MAGA. The whole world.
Yeah, but MAGA, all of Europe is not in rubble. This country is the one that can least afford to pay you anything right now. I mean, they're technically still at war. And you're in the middle of this saying, we're not going to help you, and also we want repayment. Nobody else in Europe is in dire straits at that level.
I got you, but there will be other people like this in the future, and you don't want any of them going to war thinking America's going to give them unlimited weapons, unlimited money to wage war.
Yeah, then you're kind of backing up his statement of the days of guaranteed U.S. support for Europe are over. You're kind of reiterating that by what you're saying.
I'm like half and half, like I said earlier. Like, I'm okay with supporting Europe, but unlimited paycheck, unlimited check for Europe to protect itself. I mean, it's like Canada and the rest of the world. Where's their army? Why are we the ones spending all this money on the military? You know, you're lighting a fire under their ass, and once they have a military, maybe we could spend less on our military.
You know, I think the reason why we are supporting a lot of these countries is because we know if they fall, it's going to hurt us as well. Like, let's say we don't offer Canada any more protection. If the Chinese take over Canada, then they're across the street from America. So it's in our best interest to protect Canada, no matter if we want to or not. Do you want Russia or the Chinese to occupy Canada?
See, you're convoluting two things. We're talking about his rhetoric and what he wants from these people. He wants them to build their own army. He wants them to be more self-dependent. He didn't go to war. We didn't go to war and say no. Like, if this, like, it's a difference if there's an actual war. Then we'll support them. But right now, we want them to, you know, pay for NATO, pay for all their own shit, so they're not dependent on us. You know what I mean? It's different when when someone asks you for money. Yeah, it's different than someone.
I get your point. I don't disagree with that.
You get my point.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But I think that a lot of Americans are focusing on the money and not realizing there's probably other things behind that. I mean, there's a reason why we're giving all of this free support or very cheap support to all these countries. I mean, America has bases on every continent, ships sailing every sea, and we are essentially the boss of most of the world. If all of a sudden everybody has to pay their fair share, why would they let us maintain that role? I mean, it was all right. It was cool when you was protecting me, but now that you want me to pay for every damn thing, well, I don't want you to be able to do this, so I'm not going to let you do that anymore, or this is off limits now.
But those military bases are still protecting them. They want them there because just having a base there. Imagine if Ukraine had a base. You think Russia would attack as easily? No. And those bases are to their benefit. It brings them money. It brings them a lot of benefits, and it helps their economy. It helps the country out, and it protects them. And,
yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. But what I'm saying is there are other benefits other than a military base. There are other things we're allowing. They're allowing us to do that. If all of a sudden we start charging them and requiring them to pay for everything, they may start saying, "Well, you can't do this." By the way, if you start charging me fair market value for military support, and Russia or China shows up and says, "Well, I'll do it for half the price," why not? I mean, you've made it that I'm now comparing prices. I mean,
that happens.
Huh?
That happens anyway.
No, it doesn't. Not if you're offering it for free.
Listen, Egypt, my home country, buys weapons from both Russia and America. You know, they have a bunch of helicopters from Russia. They have a bunch of stuff from even.
Yeah, but wait, Egypt doesn't have. Yeah, because Egypt doesn't have guaranteed American support. Egypt is not Europe because Egypt was at war with Israel, and we did not side with Egypt. Egypt doesn't have guaranteed support from the U.S. like Europe. We're talking about Europe, not Egypt.
That's true, but after Israel, Egypt gets the most money from the United States when it comes to military support.
But it's a big difference how we view Egypt compared to Europe.
No, I understand, but Egypt still gets support from Russia too. Like, they're kind of in the middle. Like, I don't know. I don't know all the exact.
Put it this way. We do not want the relationship we have with Egypt to be the same as what we have in Europe. If all of a sudden the Europeans, with Trump constantly demanding more money, said, "Well, we want to have the same relationship with you as Egypt does," we would not be happy with that. Because you're pointing out that they're getting weapons from both sides. We don't want Europe to be doing that.
I mean, in a way they do, though, don't they?
No.
Okay, we're getting way out of my specialty here. I want to talk more about the last two callers, how they thought Biden would have won. That
ain't even a conversation.
That just shows their racism. You know, they're so racist that they think race is really the reason she lost. She's what? She's 18 years younger than Trump, he did more rallies, he did more events, he did more podcasts, he did more interviews.
No,
I mean, you saw.
No,
wait.
Campaign
trail.
Wait. I don't believe. You say she did more rallies and podcasts and all this stuff. Oh, now she was only in it for 107 days. So
we're talking about during the same 100 days.
Yeah,
she should have outworked him, and he outworked her every time. There'd be events where he'd have there would be days where she would have like 2-3 days off in a row where he does 2-3 events in one day. And then every interview he did is 2 to 3 hours all day long.
Now, I got a great comeback for that. I got a great comeback. You're right. He did more work than her doing 107 days. But in the comments, Me Too, I think it states, here's a response to you. He says, he or she, I don't know who this is, says he was jobless and she was the vice president. You dummy is what he's saying. But he does have a point. Kamala Harris had a job. Trump had plenty of time to do all this stuff.
She has a job when the job's important and the job does nothing. They go back and forth with this. But then let's look at his 2020 campaign where he was president and count his events in 110 days versus hers. I mean, you could take any period of his campaign. His beginning at 2016 when he was still an amateur and every one of those, any time period of any of his campaigns, I bet you he's done more stuff than her. More events, more interviews, more everything. I mean, she would not accept an interview or an event if it's more than an hour. And a lot of them she cut at the half-hour mark. Like the Brett Baer interview was only like 35 minutes. When she talked to the Teamsters Union, she was only there. She promised an hour, but she was only there for like 35 minutes. She was supposed to answer 20 questions. She only answered like 6. I mean, even Biden supposedly answered all 20 and was there for like an hour.
I can't speak on all of that, but I will say I disagree with you that racism and misogyny had nothing to do with it. I don't know to what level. I'm not saying that's the reason she lost specifically, but racism, just like with Obama. I mean, if Obama was the same dude, but he was white, his numbers would be different. I mean, racism and misogyny does play a part because that's what hurt Nikki Haley. People started calling her Nimrata. I mean, it does play a part.
Listen, you keep saying that, but you're the only person I've ever heard call her that, by the way. I've never heard that from anybody else.
You haven't heard anybody on the right call Nikki Haley Nimrata? Bird brain. You never heard nobody call her Nikki Nimrata?
No, and I watch the Daily Wire. I watch everything. I mean, I watch Fox, not as much as I used to, but I'm on YouTube watching clips from everywhere. I don't really directly watch these things, but you're the only person and only place I've heard of that.
Wow.
And I kept letting it go before because I didn't know better, but over time I've never even heard anywhere else but here is the only place. That's my experience personally. I don't know.
Have you ever heard her called Bird Brain?
No.
Your name is MAGA Reaction. You've never heard Nikki Haley call him Bird Brain.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. Maybe he said it about her and I wasn't paying attention, but not really, no. I can't give you a direct
You gotta
example.
be kidding me.
Again, this is my personal experience, you know? I skip some of the stuff because especially when he started repeating himself, so I skip shit that he repeats sometimes. But overall, I've never heard it. Not this election, not any previous election.
That's insane. All right, I gotta move it on. I cannot believe you just said that. I mean, he called Nikki Haley Bird Brain 1,000 times. I gotta move it on though, man.
Well, listen, can we at least agree that he outworked all the other candidates? Because he's done more shit than any of them, especially Harris. And, you know, Obama won. Obama was perfect. She's not perfect in any way. So you're saying race had to do with Obama's election, but he won both times because he was perfect. He was perfect. You can't get more perfect than Obama. You know?
Trump said he didn't do anything good for the country at all. I gotta go, but I agree with you. Trump did outwork him. I will agree with that. I gotta move it on, though, man.
That's Obama the president, not Obama the politician. Finally, if someone mentions my name and they like, let me debate Michael or Denkal or any of these people toward the end after they get their time.
Possible.
Toward the end of the podcast.
I gotta go. Whatever. Possible. All right, look it in the comments. Tap the screen. Get your guy on up. A lot of lazy thumbs in here. By the way, I didn't realize the live was on until people started telling me on sub only. So I did open that up. So you can certainly share the live or whatever the case may be. Thank you, Dark MAGA. I love the name, Dark MAGA Scott. Thank you for sharing the live. It is open. There's no subs there. Trump outlied him, says Miss Mobetta. He didn't out-talk them. He outlied them. There is some validity to that as well. Trump did say a lot of things that were not true. But if the people believe it, then it doesn't matter. It's political capital. He's scared. He's scared because you cooked them. I don't know what that means, but I think the biggest issue is liberals like this guy, referring to me, I guess. Liberals like this guy live in a very curated echo chamber. All the MAGA that watch me, and I live in an echo chamber. I give MAGA none but the utmost respect on the channel. What do I say every damn day? What have I been saying for the last 4 years? We are MAGA friendly. We don't block. I'm the one. Wow. But I'll read his comment anyway because I don't believe in censorship. His name is Salty Colonel. Says, I think the biggest issue is liberals like this guy live in a very curated echo chamber. Anything that violates what they've heard in their echo chamber, they don't take seriously. Now, that doesn't apply to me. I'm 100% certain of that. But what he's saying does apply to some people. It does. And some of them people are MAGA as well, by the way. He's saying that anything that violates what they've heard in their echo chamber, they don't take seriously. You're going to tell me you only think that happens to liberals? I talk to folks on the right all the time that have the same opinion. Thank you for your input, though. But if you watch my program, you'll know that that's one of the mottos of the show is we're not an echo chamber. We believe in letting everybody speak. But I do appreciate the input. Wow. Hey, you must be a new viewer. Looking in the comments, Facts Jeremiah, they remove stuff here, but they don't ban you. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to let people speak here. No, I get folks. What do we say? You can be critical of anybody in the comments section, up to and including the host. I've been saying that for 4 years, which is what he was just doing. I would actually love to have the larger conversation about how a lot of black people are very racist. And being racist has nothing to do with wealth or power. True. It's about hate. True. I agree with that. You can be, now some folks do claim that blacks can't be racist because they don't have as much power. I don't buy into that. I believe anybody can be racist. I do believe that. So I don't think you and I disagree with that. But we could have the larger conversation anytime. My personal belief is we must dismantle both parties and remove MAGA and liberal think tanks and replace it with a multi-partisan system. No more 2 parties, but 20 parties and coalition governance. That would be difficult, Lord Sky, because there's too much money in politics and you need money to run for president in this country. Without money, you can't do it. Top Dog, one of my subs. Good evening, afternoon. Good afternoon, Top Dog. Welcome to the program. I'm getting attacked today. I'm in a liberal echo chamber. Top Dog, good afternoon.
What's going on, Tim?
Nothing at all. Hanging around like Mike Pence on January 6th. So what do you think? Can Washington, D.C., they say unemployment is up 36% from last week in D.C. I instantly have thoughts of Cleveland, Ohio, to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania after the steel mill, Detroit, Michigan after the car makers left. Can Washington, D.C. handle so many people constantly getting fired?
I mean, they ain't got no choice right now, Tim. This is what they voted for.
Did they? You think they?
I'm not going to sit there and say all of them was all Donald Trump, but some of them was, Yeah. If it would have went the other way in the election, we wouldn't be dealing with none of this right now. When it comes to people losing their jobs and cutting back with federal employees, none of those people would be losing their jobs right now if the election would have went the other way.
It kind of reminds me of the vote for me, you ain't black. Vote for me, or you ain't employed. One of those types.
Hey, they didn't see this coming. Nobody really seen this part coming. No. With Elon Musk and the Doge or whatever. No one's seen that coming.
How does I've been asking this to many callers on the show. Starting yesterday, I asked this: Would Elon Musk not being elected by anybody in America, not being approved by the House or Senate, not even having an FBI check, how did he get to the point where he has this much power?
What I believe he could have a good deal with Trump, a side deal with Trump. Say, hey, I'll donate to your campaign, give you whatever you ask for, but you must give me some type of leadership power and let me run my own agency like he's doing. I feel that Elon Musk, Trump cut a side deal. Elon told Trump, "I'll help you get in office, But if I help you get in office, we pull this off, I have to have power. And Trump, you know, he wanted the money and needed the money. Hell yeah, he signed on the deal. I would have signed on the deal for the money.
Do you think Trump could have did it without Elon? Without the 450? Without?
Well, this is what I'll say, Tim. It's kind of strange. I've never heard you talk about. I sent it to your DM a while back. But it's during I think after the inauguration or after he won or something, he's up there on stage and Trump says on stage, on camera, hey, I want to give thanks to Elon and those computers. Yeah, those voting counting machines. He did a good job out there in Pennsylvania. And my thing is, what the hell did he do with the machines out there in Pennsylvania?
So you think he may have altered Dominion voting machine, Smith-Matic voting machine style, altered the voting for Trump or something?
Yes, sir. Simple. You can just real quick go to YouTube, put in Trump to Elon computers. All you got to put, it'll pop up on Politico.
I'm interested to hear that. I have not heard that. I got so much shit going on here. Trump to Elon computers is what you said?
That's all you got to put. That's it. It'll pop up. It'll be Politico, like 24 seconds. Trump to Elon computers. It'll pop up Politico like 24 seconds long. So, there you go, right there. Now, what is he talking about right here, Tim?
Well, let's see if we can find it. I have not heard this, so this is gonna be my
What
first.
Is he talking about?
This is gonna be my first time here. Give me a second.
And then he journeyed to Pennsylvania, where he spent like a month and a half campaigning for me in Pennsylvania. And he's a popular guy, and he was very effective. And he knows those computers better than anybody, all those computers, those vote counting computers. And we ended up winning Pennsylvania like in a landslide. So it was pretty good. It was pretty good. So thank you to Elon.
I don't know what he's talking. It don't sound
all right, Tim, don't play crazy. You know what he's talking about.
You know I gotta defend MAGA. I'm gonna try. Let me see how I can spin this. Let me put on my spin hat. Man, that's tough. That one's tough.
Okay, hold on. He said it out of his mouth. What is he talking about?
Let me try. I'm trying to see. Let me put my MAGA hat on. I would say that maybe he's saying that the machine. Man, that's hard. That sounds bad.
Tim, I'm not trying to go no conspiracy theory, but this is what I think. You know what I think happened. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. He know the smartest people know how to hack those machines. He's the richest man in the world, Tim. You know everybody can do anything you need done. Somebody can always hack a machine, get in something.
I'm from Chicago. I know exactly what you're talking about. There's always a crack addict that knows his job. He just can't work because he got a drug addiction. We always find. So you're right. You can find somebody that know how to hack or break into anything. So you're right about that. I don't know. I'm trying to defend this, and I see in the comments, Nick Patterson said, "Oh, Political, LOL." It ain't got nothing to do with the fact it's from Political. It's him on stage saying it. So it doesn't matter who delivered it. It's his coming out of his mouth. So you can't question the news source because the news source is irrelevant here. It's coming out of his mouth. But I'm trying. You know, I try to play devil's advocate. This one's tough because he does seem to be giving credit to Elon for doing something that sounds nefarious.
There you go, right there. That's all I'm saying. It's kind of fishy to me. I'm just going off what the man said, Tim.
I need one of my MAGA viewers to come up with that may be a little bit more skilled at playing devil's advocate. I can't come up with nothing right off the bat. It'll come up during the show. I'll try, but I'm trying to defend Trump on this. I don't know how to spin this one because that sounds really bad.
And well, that's what I believe. You asked him what kind of deal. I believe that's what kind of deal they had down there at Mar-a-Lago. Hey, I can get you in the office. It's gonna cost you. You know, I'll help you out. But if I do what I do, hey, you know how it goes, Tim. This for that.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. There's gotta be something I can say. I can't come up with nothing. You got me on.
Guess what? When Trump was on that stage and he said that everybody that know, I believe Elon Musk, they started fucking hitting each other like, if you don't shut the hell up there, What is he talking about? Why is he running his mouth? But Trump he can't hold water. Everybody know that. He can't hold water. So there you go, right there.
I wish I could. I wish I could say something. I can't. I see that Big Dog says he didn't outwork no one. He outwitted MAGA. Who you say? Big Dog, I apologize for being late on that. I'm trying to figure out who you said outwitted MAGA, but I can't defend that one. I'm trying. I want to defend Trump. I can't on that one.
You really can't. You know what I mean? We'll never know. But like I said, that's very suspect to me based on what would Elon have to do with the computers anyway? Why is he even worried about the voting counter computer? What does he have to deal with those computers about? Only one thing I can think of, I'm doing something so we can win. I'm trying to cheat so we can win.
It does indeed sound like Trump is giving him an underhand compliment for doing something that is off color. It's really hard not to see it that way. I'd have to get somebody up on here. I should have had MAGA reacts would have been perfect for this because he's good at defending Trump. I can't come up with anything. But before we do, I want to read a super chat here. Will G, the honorary Trump ain't shit, says, I'm so tired of MAGA talking about this so-called mandate when they barely won. 75 million people voted against you, and Harris would have beaten Trump by twice as much in 2016 with 20 with her current numbers. Now, do you think Kamala Harris could have beat Trump?
Yeah, we had one time. Tim, he only lost by like 1.8, maybe like 2 million votes or something like that. Now, you're going to say, well, that's 2 million votes. Not when you count 150, 160 million people. You know what I mean? No, if she had more time for sure. Biden would have dropped out like in January this time last year. She had more time. I believe she had a good chance. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have, MAGA wanted.
Let me ask it to you this way, because Will is also saying, hell, Harris would have beaten this cycle. If there was no voter suppression in satellite TV. Let me ask you, if they had a vote today, could Kamala Harris beat Trump? If they voted right now after seeing the first 5 weeks of Trump, who would win?
Oh yeah, Kamala will win because all the people that seen all this firing going on, and the Gulf of America, Greenland, Gaza. Yeah, nobody had voted for this.
Gulf of America. The Gulf of America still is funny as hell to me, but
you know what I'm saying. But nobody, I don't care, even MAGA reacts. He did not vote for that. That was not even on the table.
So, it's interesting you would say that because I asked him twice. He responded and said, I'm 50-50 on stuff. So clearly you're right. He didn't vote for some of that stuff too because he admitted I'm only 50-50 on some of this stuff. But he's our guy. I mean, man, I did not see this clip you just gave me though.
Yeah,
My God.
I sent it to you probably about a month ago in your DM on TikTok, but I like you be so busy. I just be like, damn, Tim,
I didn't see that.
Like I said, even Jasmine Crockett from Texas, she even brought it up, at somewhere and talked about it once he said it. So it's nothing new. It's been around since he said it, but that's just real suspect to me. And I believe in him and Elon came up with a plan, and it worked out. It worked out for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you guys are essentially saying he stole the election or at least cheated a little bit.
Well, Tim, I don't want to be like MAGA in 2020. You know what I mean? I want to come with, like you say, come with the evidence. I can't just go off. Yeah, he said all that on up there on the stage, but I don't have any hardcore evidence to say for sure he was cheating versus how they did Biden in 2020, just based on what Trump said.
Yeah. And I see MAGA reactions even in the comments saying, true, I didn't vote for it, but not enough to turn me. So in other words, Trump is doing things he didn't vote for, but he still is not going to turn to Kamala Harris. So, he could have been one of the voters that sat out. So
I believe that's what hurt her more than anything, Tim. A lot of people just didn't get out and vote. I think a lot of people just did what was not. They didn't have the motivation to get out and vote for either side of the party. Even the people that usually vote Democrat, they didn't get off the couch. They said, they wasn't feeling it.
To me, it almost sounds like, remember they had that big tsunami over in Phuket or whatever it's called, and you see the water rush out and people are walking on the sand not knowing the wave is going to come back and swoosh over. I think the Hispanic community is probably where the biggest issue is, where they didn't realize the deportation wave was going to be way bigger than they thought it was. Because Trump made it sound like we're going mainly at the criminals that are here illegally. And once he got in there, the wave is way bigger. So my guess is if they had a redo on the election, he wouldn't do anywhere near as much with that Hispanic vote.
Oh no, he definitely would not. You know what I mean? But they wanted to vote for him because they thought he was gonna, they didn't want to go for the black woman. I hate to keep using the race card, Tim.
So you think it's race too?
I mean, like I say, I'm from Oklahoma, Tim. You know what I mean? Where I'm at in Oklahoma, it's a lot of Hispanics, a lot of blacks, a lot of whites. And traditionally, Hispanic men do not date or deal with black women. It's just not traditionally. It's not tradition. You don't see it as a big scale. Of course, you got Hispanic men that date black women, yes. But as a whole, nah, you don't see it like that. Matter of fact,
we was banging chicas in Chicago. We definitely got down with them in Chicago.
Right.
Shit, we had some of them.
But a lot of people just couldn't get out and vote for it. You know, they didn't want to. They thought Trump was able to sell it. He was able to sell it.
What are the Hispanics? Is it mainly Mexicans? What I mean, because you got
yes, a lot of Hispanic. Yeah, a lot of Mexicans. Yeah, majority gonna be Mexicans out here in Oklahoma where I'm at. Yep.
Okay. Wow.
And they traditionally don't deal with black women out here where I'm from. So I didn't expect them to go out for big terms and vote for her. You know what I mean? Of course, it was some Hispanic men that voted for Kamala Harris. Yes. But as a whole, a majority, no, they wasn't going to do it. And like I said, Trump was able to sell it, Tim. He was up there, like MAGA React said, he was out. He do talk to the people more than both Biden and Kamala Harris. You know what I mean? He was able to sell it, and then...
Is that not something the Democrats need to pattern themselves after Trump for going forward? Talk to the people. Because I had a viewer on a minute ago saying that the Democrats should avoid Fox News. I vehemently disagree with that. Do you believe that the Democrats need to go in every crevice and corner of the media and talk to the people?
Oh, I totally agree with you 1,000%, Tim. One thing I can't give Trump that I like that he done, and I rarely say about Trump, but I like that he would get up in front of a podium with 50 different media outlets and let's go, let's spar, let's go.
Yeah.
He talks to the people where Kamala, she was, what I believe when it come to her, Tim, she was kind of like stage fright. She didn't want to deal with those guys. She don't know how to deal with gotcha questions. Yeah, with Trump, you hit him with a gotcha question, he just gonna let it roll off his back like he'll throw you some more bullshit and move on to the next one. Whatever. Go ahead and move on.
Trump actually would throw a gotcha question back at the media. He'll look at the media. You didn't ask that shit of Kamala, did you? I mean, so Trump would throw a gotcha question back at the media. So people like that, man. So we got him for another vote.
On these last 4 or 5, whatever MAGA reacts want to use, 4, 5, 3 weeks. Trump is shaking up a lot of people. Like my partner, he stays in Maryland. He's where you're talking about up there, DC. That's where he stayed, and that's where he voted for Trump. You know what he keeps saying? I didn't vote for people to lose their jobs, bro. Yes, you did. You voted for Trump, so this is what you get.
Wow.
Yeah, this is what you get. This is what MAGA y'all wanted. Y'all wanted this because everything that Trump's doing, the Democratic Party was telling y'all this.
Yeah.
He want to do things his way. Trump want to run shit. He want to do shit his way. Nobody thought, they just tripping. He's not whatever. Now you see it. What he's doing to me, Tim. He's running things like a dictator. You know what I mean? He's doing what I want to do. I don't care how you feel about it. I'm taking over land. If you like it, if you don't, oh well. He's doing to me what a dictator does.
My way or the highway.
Yeah, that's it. It's either my way or the highway. And right now Democratic Party, they got to get their shit together.
But at the end of the day, he is the American president. If he does this stuff, is it possible that we'll all get rich and successful along with him?
No, but I believe in my heart, Tim, that's why a lot of people voted for Trump right there. They looked at him, okay, he got money. He said he can make my money better. I'd rather take my chances with the rich guy over here, which we know Kamala and Biden's rich too, but you know what I'm saying, Tim.
Yeah.
A lot of people felt, well, my money's funny right now. I believe I'll take my chances with the billionaire right now. But not knowing the billionaire he don't care about no eggs. He don't care about bread. He don't care about gas. Shit. He don't care about none of that shit.
All right. Top dog, you're living up to the name. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Moving on with the program. Tap the screen. 40,000. Is that possible? Let your thumbs not be lazy. I think we had on the sub only, so you can certainly get in here on the backup profile. I figured out what the problem was, so go ahead and you can certainly comment. Looking in the comments, though, Kamala and Biden got rich from your stolen tax dollars. What's your definition of stolen tax dollars? They all get. I mean, you think Elon Musk ain't making money off tax dollars with the Tesla truck contract for $400 million? They all doing it. They're all doing it. What are you going to tell me? The Democrats are all rich from tax dollars and all of the Republicans in the Senate and House are poor? They're all doing it. That ain't a one-sided thing. You notice the right is yelling out term limits, but they ain't actually doing it. So they're all doing it. They all making money out of that. Will says, did you see Secretary of Defense Pete sips? Yes, I heard. I didn't see it. People are suggesting that Pete Hegseth sipped an alcoholic beverage during the NATO meeting. The guys had a problem with alcohol, and they're saying that he was at a NATO meeting getting fucked up, or at least drinking alcohol. I haven't seen it. I tried to find it on YouTube yesterday. It came up. I have not seen that. But Pete Hegseth said he's calmed down, or he's cured his drinking problem. Didn't he say he would stop drinking if he got the job? Well, he's got the job now. So I haven't seen it, but I do see in the comments, King Finn said he fucking did that with some scotch. He was sipping scotch at a NATO meeting. I have to see it. I haven't seen it. Mina Hiran, Virginia, D.C. has 9 of the richest counties in the USA. Cali has 4. Fuck anyone getting rich off the government. Fire anyone who came into government poor and is now rich. Why the hell would you serve at the top levels of government if when you can serve in the private sector and make a killing, if they put great limitations on how much you can make in government? If you want the best and brightest, it's going to cost. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. It's going to cost. A lot of these folks would be making a killing at law firms and places like that in the private sector. Why would they go work for Congress when people, well, a congressperson shouldn't get no better health care than we do? They should get a limitation on how much they can make. It sounds great until you try to actually do it. If you want the best and brightest, they're not going to work for peanuts. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. They're not going to work for peanuts. So, like you like Elon Musk, right? I mean, if you want those kind of people, they're going to want some money out of it. If Elon Musk was told he could only make a small salary and he couldn't have any government contracts, none of his companies could benefit, but he probably wouldn't be there. As one of my viewers pointed out, he made a deal with Trump. He wouldn't be there. So it sounds great to suggest Congress shouldn't be to make a killing, which is what Mina was saying. But my guess is you wouldn't get anybody if you did that. Because these people always leave the government and they generally go right back into a very high-paying private sector gig. Why would I go work for Congress and deal with all of the insults and criticism I get online, need to have a security detail because people trying to kill my ass and shit, when I can go make $5-10 million at a law firm somewhere and be anonymous? Why would I go deal with all that? Either you open up some doors where I can make some real money, or fuck off. And I agree that it would be better to have people in government not making a killing. It would be better to have people in government not getting rich. It sounds good, but as I say, when you try to implement it, it's not going to work. I mean, the best and brightest would avoid the environment. It's just too much stress to being a congressman, a senator, or one of them. And you're going to limit their pay and limit their benefits. They got term limits and all this shit. Why would they even do it? Why would they do it? I mean, it's just like school teachers and other civil servants. They complain all the time. It ain't worth it. So I don't know if you could do that. Trump is now saying the $75 million for Harris was rigged. That sounds like Kamala Harris derangement syndrome. If he beat Kamala Harris and he's now saying that the election was rigged or people tried to rig the election, like, get past it. I mean, you're not going to be able to prove it. It's going to fall in line with the 2020 election where you made all these statements and you haven't proved those. That to me sounds like Kamala Harris derangement syndrome. Why is he still whining about Kamala, says me too? Yeah, it's Kamala Harris derangement syndrome. Trump is separating our country, says Roe. Scale of 1 to 10. I always do these impromptu polls. I'll go to the bots after this. But by way of scale of 1 to 10, 10 being very likely, because I see Roe says Trump is separating our country. How certain, or what are the chances, to frame this right? Scale of 1 to 10, 10 being likely. What are the chances America could have civil unrest at the behest of Trump or because of something Trump is doing? Scale of 1 to 10, what are the chances you think that America could engage in civil unrest? Now, if there was a way it could happen, I see a lot of folks are saying they do believe it. There's some zeros in there, some fours, but a lot of folks do believe it's a possibility looking at the numbers coming in. I will say this, one area where I can see it happening. Trump is transactional and money matters to Trump. And if you fuck with Trump, one of the first things he does is start threatening you financially, such as what he's doing to liberal states, liberal politicians. If you do this wrong, you do that wrong, I'm going to cut off federal funding. That is something he's saying quite often. Sanctuary city, no federal funding. You do this wrong, no federal funding. when I talk about civil unrest, here's where I can see it happening. Most of the federal money comes from a lot of liberal areas. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't get federal money without people. It's people that contribute to make up federal funding. So the federal coffers, you got to get the money from somebody. Where are all the people at? They're liberal cities, the cities you're threatening to punish. So I could see civil unrest coming from a standpoint of the liberal cities starting to say, if you're not going to be there with us for federal funds when we have needs, then we're not going to contribute to federal funding. And so then it becomes an issue of, I guess, threatening to use the National Guard or to use the military or whatever the hell they would have access to go into cities and force the federal funding to continue. Because that's the first thing I'm thinking of. If you're not going to be there for me when I have a disaster, then why should I contribute to the funding? I mean, like he's threatened California, for instance. He started when they had the wildfires. If you don't require voter ID, for instance, then we're going to cut off federal funding, which has nothing to do with the fires or the disaster. That's just something you believe makes the election safer. We're talking about, making people whole after a fire. Why the hell are you talking about something that has, to do with an election? Why are you putting a stipulation like that on it? So I could see California saying, if you're not going to be there for us when we have a disaster, then we need to put the money we would normally be sending to federal funding, we need to put that aside so if we have a disaster, we'll have money since we can't depend on you. So I could certainly see that being an area where we could have civil unrest, but I'll leave it to you folks. But I don't see how you could do that, but he is doing it. Look at in the comments. Just because you're a fan of Trump doesn't mean that he's dividing the country. That's why I asked you folks. If I do believe it to me, it's kind of hard to suggest he's not dividing the country at all. I mean, if you're saying fuck your feelings, clearly you're saying screw some people. If you're calling whole towns like Chicago and Baltimore shithole cities, you're certainly not trying to make fans out of them. If you're constantly attacking California, you're certainly not trying to make friends with the state of California. Yeah, he's certainly saying divisive shit. It's up to the people whether they're ignoring it or not. Going back to the box, Democrats shouldn't use political warfare. Well, Democrats should not use political warfare. Well, and that came from 183 Store Supply in the comments on Instagram. In regards to the Democrats not using political warfare, if my state is prone to having disasters like earthquakes or wildfires in California, and during those disasters, we need to give funding to the citizens to make them whole, and we got a president that's making it clear that if that happens, he's not going to help, it ain't political warfare at that point. It's you guys going to leave us hanging. So that's not political warfare, in my opinion. Continuing on with the comment section, we'll go to Emilio. Good evening, Emilio. How do you feel about Trump's Department of Justice crumbling, attorneys resigning, trying to extort Mayor Eric Adams? Trump is weaponizing the DOJ. Simply put, exactly what he accused Biden of doing. Trump has a weaponized DOJ. What happened with Eric Adams in New York is a quid pro quo. Help me out with the sanctuary city bullshit. Help me get the immigrants out, and I'll make your indictments disappear. That's what that is. But I'm going to postpone it until you get reelected. Because if you don't get reelected, Mr. Adams, you can't help me out. And therefore, I won't be able to help you out. So for now, we're going to give you a delayed pardon. And then if you win and get reelected and meet your promise, I got your back. That's exactly what he did. And that's why like 7 or 8 prosecutors have already resigned. Like, I'm not even going to type that bullshit up, which is what they tried to have them do. Like, you want me to type this up so that he can sign it? I'm not going to type up something that's that fucking corrupt. And they've went through, I think, 7 or 8 prosecutors trying to get them to type that up. And they all keep saying, I'd rather quit than engage in that bullshit. Going back to the box. I mean, this is corrupt as you can get. Like I said, Trump has a weaponized DOJ, whether you like it or not. Arshafine, good evening. Welcome to the program. I found it hilarious. He is literally sinking the government, and the GOP is standing around. All of the GOP is not standing around. As one of my callers pointed out, they're starting to lose their jobs too. Arshafine, good evening. Or after, well, good morning for you. You're in Hawaii, so.
Yeah, it's morning. Yeah. It's only like 10 a.m.
Okay. So we've seen 5 weeks. I don't know if I talked to you since, well, I think I may have talked to you once since Trump was in.
We've talked a couple times. I wasn't able to resubscribe, so I spoke with you a few times on Instagram, and then you gave me, just randomly, I got put on once as a non-subscriber, so I was like, woohoo, look at me. Anyway.
So how you feeling though? 4 weeks in? 4 weeks in.
I just resubscribed because Apple and Google were able to give that now. So yay for you. So I'm back. I don't know what it is, but I miss boring. I really do. I miss living my life going, who the fuck is the president?
Yeah.
Like back when we were growing up, you could wake up, think it's gonna be a good day.
I'm hearing the Ice Cube song. Didn't even have to use the AK. Today was a good day.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. We're gonna just tread on and skateboard, roller skate, do whatever we do. But it's like you wake up and you're like, no, all of a sudden your phone's like, ba-bam, 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 ba-bam. I cannot. I hope the people of Alabama recognize today that his executive order took away all the funds to help low-income people pay their electricity in Alabama. So you know what? You're welcome. All you Alabamians, for, cutting off your nose to spite your face. Because at the end of the day, the low-income people that rely on, or the disenfranchised, right? That rely on, government grants and government funding and, basically America first. That's how I think of it. America is going to suffer greatly. As Trump would say,
but I'm here, like I said. But what about the notion that I'm gonna ask you something I asked my last caller? He's saving the taxpayers billions of dollars. America will prosper financially without all of this waste, and the belief is that you and I, as regular Americans, will somehow benefit from that. You don't see any possibility of that?
I could see the possibility if we could take some of that funding, which 60% of our funding goes to the Defense Department.
So it's possible.
Why don't you shave some of the Defense Department? Oh, I got it. Oh, wait, what just happened? Oh, yeah. Veterans now have no rights to get... Okay, so I have people in the military, family. Mm-hmm. Once you serve, you do your job, you come back as a veteran, you usually will have first dibs on a federal or veteran type job due to your status. That is completely wiped out. Wow. So
is it all doom and gloom? Is there anything? Because we hear a lot of things he's doing. If you had to point out the good side of what he's doing, is there anything? Because it seems like it's all doom and gloom. There's got to be some good in this, right? Damn.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, what?
Damn. That said everything right there. Is it? Because I see in the comments you mentioned that you missed when politics was boring. MAGA React says boring with 20% inflation and an open border. Is it all doom and gloom? Is there not some good in what he's doing?
Okay, first off, inflation is back down, but now it's going back up. Actually, if we want to talk about the real facts, eggs have gone up since he's actually been inaugurated. He still, or his press secretary, still insists that that's Biden's fault. And the thing about, he's never going to accept accountability. It's either Obama's fault. He'll go back 12, 20 years. it could be Bush's fault. He will never say, you know what, this happened on my watch. I accept accountability. Let's figure out how to fix it.
But wait a minute. Now, you mentioned that you got, friends, folks that are veterans. Now, in the comments, both sides, both sides, Scare Crooks or something says that he's a veteran and you're lying. Says guest is lying. It says veteran here, guest is lying. So
you can say I'm lying, but you can see what just happened with the with Doge. It basically happened. They shut that entire thing down. So sorry. I mean, yeah, you can still join, but doesn't mean you have, front line working for the government when you come back, which is unfortunate. I mean, cutting veterans' affairs is never a good thing.
Yeah, I don't get why he would have done that.
I mean, veterans get the short end of the stick anyway. In my opinion, like, I think more money needs to go into helping the people coming back than putting them in there. But yeah, the whole prosthetics and all the things that happen. Yeah, all that funding is,
because I got folks listening to you on all of the platforms. Even Cooper over here saying the VA is not losing any funding. I mean, I don't know. I can't speak on it. I'm not a vet.
No, the VA at this current moment isn't losing funding. It is the things that are outside of that and within the federal employees and federal agencies, because there's so many different agencies. And if they want to look at it and read news, because I don't do cable news at all, you can find it. It was in the Wall Street Journal, which is a reputable.
If you're critical of Trump, you're not reputable. So it don't matter what. If you criticize Trump, I don't care if you his kid. You open up a news agency. If you start criticizing
they're not
Trump,
criticizing Trump in this. They're more talking about Elon Musk. The Queen. So,
same thing.
It's unnerving to me that people can't have critical thinking at this time, of like just being able to say, you know what, that really sounds shitty. I don't approve of that. This is not what I voted for. It's okay to admit that your candidate is doing things that you disagree with. I feel like with the Trump era, it's become this almost a messiah sort of following where, God forbid, we say anything or even admit anything negative about the king, because that would mean that we might have not thought properly or, thought all these things through. And I'm not trying to insult MAGA in any way, shape, or form. There's a lot of things that multiple candidates throughout my lifetime that I voted for, I have disagreed with, and I would speak about it, and that's okay. This whole like he can do no wrong, and like the excusing, like even when you were talking with the MAGA guy,
MAGA Reacts.
MAGA Reacts, and you were playing him like Donald Trump, like speaking. Once I'm elected, before I'm even inaugurated, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and this, and this. Yes, he said it over and over and over and over and over again.
Right.
But they still excuse, well, what he really meant was, and well, then Biden did this, and then, you know what? Well, I'm sorry. I thought that this was the art of the deal. I thought he was like the king of all deal making. Like, please just say, you know what? He said something and he can't follow through because he's a fucking human. Like, I would just love, he's not fallible. It drives me bonkers. It drives me bonkers.
Yeah. I mean, listen, no politician is perfect. And like Elon, one of the things I'll give Elon Musk credit for, when he was in there with his child in the Oval Office, he stated, sometimes I'm going to be wrong and you guys can correct me on that. And that's something that Trump does not ever say, is that, look, I was wrong on that. I don't think Trump has ever admitted, listen, no, I got that wrong. I mean, so he does give perfection vibes.
he was groomed that way by Roy Cohn. Like he is his protege. And you never admit, you always blame, and another thing I was going to say, which I don't know if people have seen, because there's, like I said, it's like shock and awe. Like you don't know which way to look half the time, which I think is why is his great art, is because there's constantly just shit just flinging out of the air all the time that you just don't have time to focus on one turd at a time. It's just a fucking honey bucket of a freaking, out.
What are you getting at?
Anyway, so
what are you putting the insult before the comment?
He did an executive order this week giving Afrikaners, which you and I both know who Afrikaners are in South Africa. They make up for.
Oh my God! I almost did a whole live stream on it because you got people in South Africa with signs saying "Thank you, Trump," and the whites in South Africa are thanking Trump.
Can have refugee status in America because they are having their rights infringed upon. This is if that doesn't speak Trump and Elon, I don't know what the hell does. Yeah. Like that is the Trump and Elon presidency, the king and the queen. I don't know who's wearing the skirt and who's wearing the pants, but that's it.
Well, I will say this with so many folks. I will say this with so many folks trying to suggest that Elon or Trump are intolerant or they're racist or whatever. The last thing they need to do is inject themselves in a situation that is straight out of apartheid, where the white people did all the stuff they did to the South African blacks. And now that the South African blacks are claiming their land back, why get involved in that on the side of the white people? I mean, like, if you want people to stop calling you racist, this is the last thing you need to be getting involved in.
It's time for it. Apparently, colonialism and imperialism are great again. So they're back in fashion. That's all. I mean, that's all I can see from this. Kind of like, which president was it? Was all about like, spreading out. Was it McKinley? I can't remember, or Wilson. But like, getting territories. Like I thought, it's just.
It's something they should not get involved in. I mean, like I said, all the rumors are circulating around Elon. It's like every other week he does something that backs up why people are saying you throw up a salute. That was just my heart goes out to you. You're telling Germans don't feel guilty about what happened during World War II. I mean, you're rehiring a racist staffer. Now you're siding with the whites and South. I mean, like you just. How many things are going to orbit around this one guy?
I mean, they are being honest and truthful right in front of your face. Like, and people still like to make excuses for it. And that's the thing. Like, I'm a parent. I have 2 kids. I make mistakes. My kids do not think that I am infallible. I apologize. Sorry. Can't be perfect all the time, right?
Right.
In no way would I want my kids to I want them to respect me and, share love and, trust, but I'm not asking them to adore me or worship me like some sort of.
But you don't think Trump is asking for people to worship him, do you?
No, I think people just are.
Why do you think that is? Listen, he had his first term, many view it was a successful term, but why do you believe that people are doing that?
I think during the Obama years,
Daddy Luck says they have Double Luck says they have daddy issues.
Well, I think they have want to have this white savior, right? Similar to if you go to some of those churches that some of these people belong to, who does Jesus look like?
Trump.
And I'm saying he's Caucasian. Yeah, not to say, but this white man, masculine, got money and power. Oh, same thing as Elon. He must be smart. He must be a nice guy. He's the richest man in the world. That does not mean he's a nice man at all. And I feel like a lot of America, especially Caucasian and a lot of men, have been hustled by the idea of a person that has power and money knows what to do. But they don't think of all the other stuff that these people have done to get there. And not all wealthy people are that way. I mean, Bill Gates and
you had to go to Bill Gates. I gotta move it on, Arshafad, but you just said the arch enemy with Bill Gates. I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
Sorry. The guy. Okay, let's move back. Let's go with Mark Cuban. Okay, not all. I mean, he's eliminating the
but he don't have that kind of money. You talking about gazillionaires. Mark Cuban is a billionaire, but you talking about like he got a couple billion. We talking about people who got 100 billion or more.
Tim. At the end of the day, I don't
get
have
it.
millions.
Yeah, I get it.
And I definitely don't have billions. I don't even have hundreds of thousands. So at the end, you can be, money can.
I'm not arguing with you. I get your point. I get your point.
A good person or a bad person, and money can, amplify whichever side of the post you're on. So that's all I got to say. I never wanted to live in a monarchy, but I feel like we're in it now. So
I hope you're wrong. Arshafat, I got to move it on, but I hope you're wrong. We'll see what happens in 2-3 years.
Real quick question. What room do you think Elon sleeps in the White House?
Whatever room he wants. I gotta go.
All right, bye.
All right. Appreciate it. All right, moving on to the program. Thank you for the super chat. Flanker 420. Thank you. Americans pay taxes, which helps finance our government. If we cut it all, what is coming back to us as Americans to help us? It's a great point. It'll be pull yourself up by your bootstraps and do whatever the hell you can for your own self-society. Total, self-reliance is what I'm looking for. And a lot of folks on the right are big fans of self-reliance. Don't ask. I used to always say they wear remember the old shirts? Certainly if you lived in the hood, it says, don't ask me for shit. I do believe the Republican Party is similar to that. Don't ask me for shit. I figured it out. You figure it out. I don't give a damn what's going on in your life. I've had troubles and struggles in my life, and I figured it out. Damn it, you need to figure it out too. Don't ask me for shit. I do believe the Republicans live on that kind of a mindset. But he says, if we cut it all, what is coming back to us as Americans to help us? Nothing. Self-reliance. It says, what's the point if it doesn't trickle down to benefit us in some way? Is it just for those on top? Very well could be. Flanker 420, thank you for the support. Very well could be. But I do believe it's that way. The right generally is against almost all social programs, almost all of them. So, yeah, it's a don't ask me for shit type mindset. Something happens to you, hey, something could happen to me. I figured it out. You need to as well. Dorjam Bennett says, everybody hates schmozzies, but don't know the history behind Project Paperclip. I don't know what Project Paperclip is either. What are you, Kanye West now? I don't know if you're defending schmozzies, but it sounds close. You said everybody hates them, but don't know the history behind Project Paperclip. Yeah, you got to let me, I need to know more about that. You got me wondering what Project Paperclip is, but you kind of coming on with Kanye West vibes with that. Let me go back. Kanye West was recently selling memorabilia from that war. So, from that era. Will G says, Musk smells like shit. Elon Musk smells like shit. They're trying to reallocate tax dollars into their own pockets, not a government agency or department that actually helps people. I don't know if I've seen total evidence of that, but I do believe Elon Musk, because I saw this earlier today, and I should have the article up where I could talk to you folks on it, and I don't have it right now. But he tried to purchase a AI company for, I think, $900 million or something like that, and they denied it. And that happened within the last 24 hours or so. And what's problematic about that is he's also collecting all of our information. So let me see if I can bring something up real quick. I just heard it, and I don't have, like I said, I don't have the information up to bring it up. But I will move the program on. Yeah, Open AI board This is a CNN article, so take it as you may. I know a lot of my beloved MAGA do not favor CNN, but the article is titled, and this is from yesterday, 7:00 p.m. Eastern Time, February 14th. Says it's titled OpenAI Board. I think that's the name of the company, OpenAI. Their board rejected Elon Musk-led $97 billion with a B. He was trying to spend $97 billion to buy this company. Now, this is the guy trying to purchase an AI company that has a team of folks getting access to all of our information. So when you start suggesting that they're not trying to, one of my viewers suggested that they're not trying to do this to save money to give back to the people. They're doing it to trickle into their pockets. Elon Musk is making money by being the head of Doge. I don't think that's even up for debate. Elon Musk is profiting from his position. He didn't donate that money to Trump's campaign to make America great. It was done as an investment to increase his net worth. So when folks keep arguing the fact that when people keep arguing the belief that he has a ton of money, he doesn't need more, then why the hell is he involved in so many business ventures? He clearly is trying to still make fucking money. So it doesn't matter that he has a ton of money. He obviously still wants more. He is constantly still involved in business ventures. So the idea that he doesn't need money is not true. Just look at what he's doing. That was Will that said he's trying to pocket the money. Dorjan Bennett says, dropped you a message in Instagram. Send me the number to call. Well, if you're on Instagram, Dorjam, are you going by the same name on Instagram? I will bring you up. Let me know if you got a different name there. Me Too says, great show. Thank you. I'm a female, by the way. Me 22. Appreciate that. I don't get as many female viewers, so certainly appreciate the support. Always good to have females here as well, because you also have a different perspective on some things. Such as, I don't understand why more females were okay with the whole rolling back of Roe v. Wade, but I'm a guy, so I would love to hear more females speak on that. Looking in the comments, a lot of people in this country are not self-reliant like they used to be. Y'all need to grow your own food, prepare for any disaster, so you don't have to rely on government. Well, Tanya, there's another female. Tanya, while I agree with self-reliance to a degree, if you're living on top of each other in some of America's urban areas, you don't have the time nor space to do that. I mean, if you live in a tiny Manhattan apartment, you're not going to be growing much in there. Not enough to last for any length of time. You may be able to grow a few tomatoes and potatoes or something like that here, but you don't have enough room to do that for. I mean, if you live on a farm somewhere, or you live in rural America, or even suburban America where you got a sprawling backyard, yeah, you can do more of that. But if you live in a tightly, densely packed urban area, you don't have enough room to do that kind of stuff. You can only do a limited amount of that. There's been a good amount of females in here, man, says Nick. Nick, thank you for the input. Here's the issue. I got 4 cameras staring at me, which is why I do appreciate those who send super chats, because not only does it support the program, it turns my damn screen a different color. So anybody who sends a super chat, I'm going to read your comment because it stands out. But I got 4 screens aimed at me. There is text flying on all fucking 4 screens. I'm operating the computer. I'm having a conversation. I am a one-man band. I'm not skipping over anybody. You can be left, you can be right. You know how we run the program. But there are 4 different screens aimed at me, and there's comments flying all over the place. So if you ever have a comment and you wonder, why the hell is he ignoring me? He's not. There's just a lot of shit coming at me. Johnny Robinson, thank you for the super chat, says they pull yourself up by, they say pull yourself up, but as soon as there is a major tornado or hurricane in their state, their GOP governor runs straight to daddy government for help. They take more than they contribute. There is some legitimacy to that. The Republican states that are deep red are often some of the poorest states there are. And while they're telling you to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, he's right. When there is a natural disaster, they all of a sudden expect the government to help them out. Asheville, North Carolina is a good example of that. That's a deep red area out there in the Appalachians. And they're bitching that the government didn't help them out. And he is right when he says those states on average take more federal funding than they contribute. So pull yourself up by your bootstraps, but you're taking all the federal funding. This is why I say if Trump keeps playing money with the federal funding, some of these liberal cities are going to be like, well, fuck it, I'm not contributing. Because places like LA, Chicago, and New York, with their huge populations, are making a disproportionately large contribution to the federal coffers. But if they need it, they can't get it because you don't like their liberal ideology. Like, fuck it, I'm not going to contribute to it. I can see that happening. Door Jam says Rob Bennett. I don't know what you mean by that. That's your name on what's the name? Okay, we'll continue moving on with the program. Rob, I don't know why it's not giving me the opportunity to do that. I see you on Instagram, and for some reason, there we go. All right. So we'll continue on with the program. People defending Elon are nuts, says Will. Well, they think they're going to profit. They think they're going to benefit from what he's doing. So the jury's still out on it. We'll see. But people that are defending Elon, they do believe they're going to benefit from what he's doing. So we'll have to see what happens. Let me go back to the next caller, by the way. If I can bring him. We'll go to Instagram for a call. The U.S. needs Elon more than Elon is needing the U.S. That's an opinion. I don't, is it possible? Are you telling me that what Elon Musk is doing with the Department of Government Efficiency, Trump couldn't have done that? Vivek Ramaswamy could not have done that, which I think Vivek decided to leave because he was going to get overshadowed by Elon, or maybe he didn't want to be responsible for canceling as much shit as they're doing. It's possible that Vivek Ramaswamy heard them saying some of the shit that they're talking about doing, and he's like, no, I don't want to go that far with it. So Vivek stepped down for a reason. I don't think it's just because he wanted to become governor of Ohio. I think he stepped down for a reason, but you'll never get it straight on that. Rob, it's not letting me bring you up. And I've tried like 8 times. I don't know what's going on with bringing you up there, Rob. I tried like about 8 times. We'll keep trying. Oh, there we go. Okay, Rob, are you there?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, what brings you on? What am I getting wrong this evening or this afternoon?
Nothing wrong. The project Paperclip comment I made a second ago.
Try to, real quick before you go into that, obviously there's a couple words you might say from that era that will trigger TikTok.
Yeah.
So try to avoid that, but go ahead.
Yeah, it wasn't defending them or anything. I'm getting feedback here.
I can hear you loud and clear. You're loud and clear over here.
Okay. The U.S. government was, back in World War II, was willing to overlook the crimes and atrocities that some Germans committed. And they wanted to get Vernon von Braun, the rocket guy.
Yeah.
They were willing to overlook his war crimes in order to get him to come over here and build rockets for us. And he wasn't the only one.
Actually, I didn't know that was called Project Paperclip, but I am aware to get those engineers and those scientists from Germany. I am aware that we did overlook their atrocities. I am aware of that. Just like Argentina took a bunch of them in as well. But yeah, I do know about that part.
So could you imagine, and that nobody contested that for the most part. It was mostly secret, brushed under the rug, kept quiet, didn't bring it up type thing. Could you imagine if Trump was to do that today? Something like some horrible guy, like bring Putin in because he knows how to go to Mars or something. They would rip him apart.
My guess is we do that. I mean, we were playing ball with Saddam Hussein before he went against us. I mean, he wasn't here in America, but we were still working with him, and he was committing atrocities. We work with evil people all the time. I mean...
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So a lot of these people get on your show and talk, and they pick and choose what they want to defend, or ignore or support or whatnot. And that's I guess that bothers me. Now remember Adam Schiff back in 2018-ish, I guess it was. It was the second impeachment that he was going after Trump for. And he had all this evidence come in due time. Oh, I'm going to, drop it on you soon. I'm going to expose it. I'm going to give you all this evidence. And he never did. He just sold it to the American people that he had all this evidence on Trump and he was going to reveal it, but he was protecting the whistleblower and all this and all that. He never, there was no whistleblower. There was no crime, no evidence. But he sold it.
I got two answers to that. First of all, I'm not 100% sure that it went down like that because Trump delayed so much stuff from coming to court. I mean, it'd have been different. It'd have been a different story if Trump case had been adjudicated and it was proven that he was innocent and all of this stuff. No, what he did is delayed and prevented us from ever. I mean, we don't know what Jack Smith was going to present because that case never came to court. Same thing with Fonnie Willis. Most of those cases were stopped before we could find out. So I'm not 100% sure that Adam Schiff made up a bunch of shit and he didn't really have the results. But I will also deflect a little bit and point out that what you're accusing Adam Schiff of is something Trump regularly does. He said he had a whole lot of evidence from his investigators that they were in Kenya and they had a whole lot of evidence coming forth to show that Barack Obama was born there. Obviously, the 2020 election, he had a whole lot of evidence that was going to come out on that did not. We know what the Haitian migrants are. Nothing's coming. Trump does that regularly. So what you're basically saying is it sounds like Adam Schiff took a page out of that playbook.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is they both play their games,
right?
And this and that, but we can't pick and choose. I'm not saying Trump's a saint or the greatest thing that ever happened, and I frankly don't care for politicians whether they're Republican or Democrat. I think most of them are sleazy, and I, for one, could see through most of their BS. But when you get people up here and they're totally one-sided and they ignore, the wrongdoings of one side, the laziness of one side. Now, Trump seems like he's being ambitious. He's doing a lot of things for us. No tax on overtime. I work 25, 30 hours overtime. That's like hitting the lottery for me. If he ever does that, the JFK file, if they're ever released, we're going to see what our government is really made of.
Well, hold on. The tax on overtime thing, if that culminates, I'm with you. That will help benefit a lot of Americans. But the JFK stuff, other than just helping squelch some conspiracy theories, that's a government from a long time ago. I mean, that won't make Americans' life different at all. I mean, because
no, but it will show the true history of what happened, or enlighten a lot of people.
Yeah.
I'm 45. I didn't trust that whole way they described it going down when I was a teenager. There was a lot of fishy things going on with that story.
Right.
But
do you believe Trump do you believe what Trump said about the 2020 election is true?
I'm on the fence. I go a little this way, a little that way about the whole. I think they're capable of doing it. The hiding and the votes, suppressing this and this and that. I do believe there was something fishy going on, and to believe they had the power and the control to pull it off while he was in office, I'm not totally sold on.
Do you believe what he said about the Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio is true?
I did see a video of a body cam video of a cop in an apartment complex in maybe it wasn't Springfield, but it was definitely in that area. A lady was killed a cat, and she was in the process of skinning it when a cop walked up on her.
I've seen that video, and like I said, but like I always say in regards to that video, even the most primitive humans, when they're going to eat animals, they use fire to tenderize the meat. Nobody picks up a live animal and just bites into it. That woman was a woman with mental illness. She wasn't even a Haitian migrant. She pointed out she wasn't in Springfield.
There was a language barrier and everything like that. And then there was another video of a young kid, I think it was back in 2017, and there was something on the grill in his neighbor's yard. And
I've seen that as well.
Yes. So it does have some credence to it, just based off those two things. Whether it's commonly practiced or ritually or hard times, I don't know.
Yeah, it should be more, but you got to admit it should be more evidence. If they're doing this normally, I mean, it should be more evidence than one video of somebody that you admit is not even in Springfield, and then another video you're talking about in the backyard from 8 years ago. It should be more evidence than just that. I mean, you could probably find 2 people that have eaten an animal in any major city in America. I mean, there's probably 2 Los Angelinos that have eaten an animal over the last 8 years. I mean, that's about as minimal of evidence as we can come up with.
Yeah. If it was a little extreme to label a whole group of people and just in anything to label a whole group of people to do something like that. Yeah, there wasn't much to support that.
All right. So you do admit he said some things that may not be accurate as well.
Yeah, of course. I can't co-sign everything the man says.
That's fair.
But to not hold the other side, just the double standard thing. Now, if you're going to put that much energy and to twist, manipulate, exaggerate some of the things Trump does, but you're going to ignore some of what Biden does and Harris. I mean, come on, some of Harris's interviews that she did, it looked like she was drunk, you know? And by you laughing, you know what I'm talking about.
Listen, I've been hosting this show, or at least on here talking to you folks for 4+ years. I know some of the interviews. Now, I will say this, because I know they did with Nancy Pelosi. Fox News got caught deliberately slowing down the footage of a video to make Nancy Pelosi appear drunk. I know that happened. I don't know about Kamala Harris, but I know because Kamala Harris did look like she did a video after being on vacation once she lost and she was sloppy drunk. But I know they did it to Nancy Pelosi. They deliberately slowed her footage down to make her appear drunk.
Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. And then that other thing where I believe you were talking about the day before yesterday or a few days ago, where Elon Musk supposedly got a $400 million in armored car contracts or something like that as a reward.
Yes.
Well, that was a false report. That lady, who was it though? What was that her name?
Hold on, before you go into that, I'll tell you that report is not false. He was going to get the contract and they end up canceling it because the outrage was growing. They were going to give him a $400 million contract for his Tesla trucks. That contract is that's a real thing that was going to actually happen.
Yes, 100%. But the timeline they're not telling you about. The timeline when that contract came out was back in December of 24.
I don't disagree with that, but the point I'm saying is if you're over in charge of the government, Department of Government Efficiency, you're pointing out waste and you're firing everybody, you should disclose the fact that you're getting paid from the same government that everybody else is supposedly abusing. You're getting a huge contract in the midst of this stuff. It almost looks like you're trying to save money to make way for yourself. Because I'm assuming that's not the only government contract with Starlink and all that shit that he's getting. The guy who's pointing waste is also profiting off the same system. You don't see a conflict of interest in that?
A bit, but I hardly see like $400 million contract to me and you is big boy, big news, you know. But when the guy got cheated out of $56 million out of his own company for doing good.
Doing good how?
What was that? The judge in Delaware or something like that? If he met a certain criteria over the course of 10 years, he would get a bonus, and that bonus was around $55 or $56 million.
But wait a minute, you and I don't get $50 million bonuses in a government where we're trying to curtail.
billion.
Right.
It was his own company. His shareholders voted on it. They agreed to it.
I thought we were cutting waste. I thought we were cutting waste.
No, that had nothing to do with government money. That was his own money through one of his companies, whether it was Tesla.
Then why do we care? Then why do we care?
What do you mean? Why do we?
Why do we care what his own company did to him?
No, it wasn't his own company. It was a Delaware judge didn't let it go through. What his own company, the board voted on it and they approved it and everything. It was the judge who threw it back down, the Delaware judge. So, I mean, I would be a little bitter about that. And if it wait, hold on. You're going to be the guy everybody says has infinite wealth, does not need any money at all. But you're saying he should be bitter about the judge stopping him from getting more money. I thought he didn't need any more money. No, I don't think it was like, oh, I got to start selling stuff. I'm going to be broke now or anything like that. It was almost like it was unwarranted. Like they didn't have a just reason to deny him that money.
But the fact is, he is the wealthiest person in the world. He's working for a company that's successful, where I'm sure the employees are not making anywhere near the kind of money he's making. Why would you take a huge bonus like that? Why not give it to the people in the company?
You know, who knows what he was going to do with it? You know, I feel one of the reasons why he bought Twitter was to give it back to the people as more of a free speech platform instead of a biased one-way. You know,
I think you may be giving Elon. I think you may be giving Elon financially a lot more charity credit than he actually deserves. I gotta move it on though. But yeah, you and I kind of disagree because Elon is not known for charity. But I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
Let me ask you, how do you feel about like representatives like Nancy Pelosi putting her finger on the scale with the stock market and stuff like that, where she's profiting off of her investments way more than the professionals do?
I think it's
some insider stuff going on.
That's exactly what it is. It's insider trading that I don't think that any congressman or senator or politician should be able to be involved in the stock market that involves things that they're working on or legislation and laws that they're working in favor of while they're a politician. Now, that's not something that is unique to Nancy Pelosi, though. She just makes a good target.
Follow up with that. I think both sides are guilty of that 100%. And I think, you know, hopefully going forward, Trump could do something about that.
He's not. He's not going to do it. He should. I agree with you, but he's not. I got to move it on, though, so I appreciate you coming through.
One more.
Real quick. I got people waiting, man.
I got you. One more. I just think a lot more people should give him more benefit of a doubt, just like they did for the last 4 years.
I talked to a lot of Trump supporters. They did not give Biden the benefit of the doubt for the last 4 years. They did not do that.
Well, you had to wake them up first, but you know
they're still asleep. Go ahead and drop. I appreciate you coming through. Come on back anytime.
Yeah, will do.
All right.
Take care, brother.
You too. All right, moving on with the program. Thank you for coming through there. And I see in the comments, Tim, you can't prove that didn't happen, says 183 story. Here's the point. If the president gets up there and says that they're eating cats and dogs, he should be proving it did happen. You shouldn't have to prove that the president is lying. If the president makes a statement, he should show you the evidence. Like, for instance, all of the stuff they're saying they're doing with Doge. You shouldn't have to prove it's not true. They should be proving to you that it is. I think you got it backwards. Will G says the same way those prosecutors left the DOJ for Eric Adams versus Ramaswamy left Doge for corruption. You think Vivek Ramaswamy left Doge because of corruption? I do believe it's possible. I do believe it's a possibility because then aren't they even talking about not sending money to India and things like that? Because I know they're fucking with the trade imbalance, and that is where Vivek Ramaswamy's heritage is from. So I do believe it could be a possibility of that. But yeah, my guess is when Trump and Elon were sitting down talking about how much stuff they were going to cut and how much shit they were going to get rid of, It's a possibility that Elon Musk was like, damn, I didn't sign up for all this. I'm not trying to hurt this many people. Because even if you favor what they're doing, you can't deny they're hurting people. Those are every time that you hear them closing something down or shutting something down or saving money is what they're claiming they're doing. Those are real people. There are real people being affected by that stuff. People losing their jobs, their livelihoods, folks are having to drop out of college, I'm assuming. I mean, all of that. I mean, those are real human beings. So maybe I'm speculating here, but maybe Vivek was like, I don't want no part of that. So we'll look in the comments. I thought there was a super chat I missed, but it's not letting me scroll up. So if I missed anybody, I definitely, I don't know what I just did, but I might have missed a super chat somewhere, and I don't like to do that. I lost my job. Hospitals too. You're saying that Trump cost you a job at a hospital? I'd like to know how. Wow. I missed my chance to twerk for Kamala. And you says Mamala. You know, you didn't miss her chance. She still exists. Send her an email with you twerking in it. Put together a JPEG or what is it called, a GIF or whatever, and send it to her. You can still twerk for her if that's what you want to do. Going to the box. Vivek doesn't have a moral compass himself. So that wouldn't have bothered him, says Yikes. Let me go back to the box. Did I miss a head mustache? Damn, I hate that. Going back to the box, the one and only King Finn. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program, King.
Hey man, I'm kind of pissed at you right now because you did miss a super chat.
What did I do?
Your boy, when your last guest was on, I jumped over to YouTube and I said, ask him who he voted for. That's all I wanted to know.
Oh, that was obvious. He voted for Trump.
I know that, but I wanted him to hear how dumb that shit sounded he was saying and how stupid it was for him to vote for Trump because he sounded dumb as hell. He didn't sound like he knew what he was talking about, and a lot of that shit rambling around in his head made no fucking sense.
What did he say? Wait a minute, I thought he was decent. What did he say to make you say all this?
Decent? Are you fucking kidding me? The cats and dogs again?
Oh,
really?
bro.
Really? Okay. The cats and dogs again?
You got me on that one. Okay, you got me on that one. I don't know.
Next, we just gonna keep on going. I'm finna firebroil your ass real quick. Okay, so let's go back 2 weeks because I want to clear out the room on this.
Let me get out my fucking notepad. Let me get out my fucking notepad for you because you come hard.
Get out your notepad, okay? Because I want you to look this shit up too. Okay, about 2 weeks ago, maybe about 3 days before the Super Bowl happened, there was a news about Elon putting out commercials. Quote unquote said he spent $40 million of his own money to put out 5 commercials telling all this information about where the money and where the corporate waste, the government waste was going. Oh my God. So everybody tuned into the Super Bowl. Everybody tuned into this shit. And it's all over. If you look it up on TikTok when you get a chance too. These stupid ass MAGA motherfuckers, stupid ass maggots, got on TikTok on Beyonce's internet and was watching the Super Bowl, made the Super Bowl go super high in ratings for them watching, looking for these stupid ass commercials, right? Come to find out, it was an 8-year-old kid in his grandma's basement that made this shit up. And these stupid motherfuckers never fact checked it or nothing. You dumb motherfuckers.
Wow.
You dumb motherfuckers got by an 8-year-old kid in his granny's basement.
What exactly did he send again? The 8-year, what did he send?
They said the 8-year-old put out a tweet, or I think it was a tweet or a statement that said Elon has spent $40 million of his own money to get 5 commercials, get 5 30-second commercials for the Super Bowl.
So an 8-year-old just made this shit up. An 8-year-old just made this shit up out of thin air.
Just made this shit up, dog. Straight up made this shit up, okay? Everybody watching, waiting for these commercials. I've been looking it up for the last couple of days, and these people are, I just want to know where the Elon commercials are. Where are the commercials? Where are the commercials? So you dumb motherfuckers been watching the Super Bowl, waiting for these commercials to come up, and some 8-year-old punk y'all goofy asses. Don't make no damn sense. How stupid are y'all? Then they started looking it up and finding out that the shit was a ruse the whole damn time. Dummies. Come on, man. Stupid.
I have not heard that. I have not heard that.
Man is dumb.
So in other words, the Super Bowl ratings were artificially inflated by MAGA looking for this stuff.
I don't know if I want to say artificially inflated, because you did have everybody watching for the, watch the Super Bowl, obviously, the ones who quote unquote watch football. But at the same time, what does it matter? It's the fucking Super Bowl. They wasn't doing shit anyway.
Well, I'll tell you why I'm asking that, because I heard that Kendrick Lamar's halftime show was the most watched halftime show ever, and I'm thinking like, really? How the hell that happened?
It was because he brought it. It's Kendrick Lamar, and he did MAGA. So I mean, I ain't even gonna say MAGA. I'm gonna say he exposed the government playing with us for what it was. And I didn't want to talk about that because I've been hearing it so much from everybody on TikTok, and I see y'all all down in the comments. See people in the comments saying, "Oh, it was terrible." Well, if it's terrible to you, it wasn't for you, because the people who understood got the message. Okay, the people who like Kendrick Lamar, who understand what Kendrick Lamar was talking about, got the message. It's a fucking call for America to wake up, not just the people who like Kendrick.
Well, here's my point. Listen, I don't have an issue with Kendrick. I'm not a big Kendrick fan, but when I'm watching this, I'm thinking this is for hip hop fans, probably mostly under 40, because a lot of people can't even understand what he's saying. So even if there are good messages in this, people probably don't even understand what he's saying up there. So comparing him, when I hear that he beat out the likes of, Jennifer Lopez and Michael Jackson, I'm like, how the hell he get number one? Like, he ain't that popular compared to like Beyonce. He beat her.
He gave a message. Yes, he gave a message. And there are artists who have done the Super Bowl before who say it was a damn good show. Not only that, he brought us Samuel L. Jackson as Uncle Sam.
I don't see
Uncle
it.
Sam, Samuel L. Jackson.
I don't see it. I don't see it. I watched it. I mean, I'm looking at Eminem and Dre. That show was better. Michael Jackson, Prince. That was a whole bunch of shows. Even Janet Jackson showing her titty with Justin Timberlake. Like, I don't see how they got number one.
I don't favor that show. I never liked that show. After it happened, I was very appalled by the fact that Janet Jackson ended up showing her titty on the Super Bowl. It was Janet Jackson's titty, and yes, I was in love with Janet Jackson, but I didn't think the titty was the Super Bowl was the right place for the titty.
But I agree with that. But you do believe that Kendrick Lamar deserved to be in the number one spot?
I do. I think
crazy.
Exactly what he said.
Wow.
Exactly what he said. Y'all picked America. Y'all picked the revolution will be televised. You picked the right time, but the wrong damn guy. Period.
Yeah, he said that. He
said that shit.
I don't see the number one spot though. I mean,
I ain't mad at you. I mean,
Michael Jackson pops up. Michael Jackson pops up during the '93 Super Bowl. Just stands there for like a fucking minute while the crowd goes wild. That's a Super Bowl show. Wow. Prince gets up there. Prince gets up there. Can I play this guitar in the middle of the fucking rain?
Yep.
Kendrick Lamar, really?
Yeah, but Kendrick Lamar got the number one spot. I ain't mad at that. So we're not going to spend too much time on that. We're going to jump off that because that shit's still going. That shit going to be ongoing for the next couple of years. So I want to go back to the nuclear reps that all got fired and rehired. Yeah. So
what you got?
I'm just confused. When did it become okay for him to walk around with a red line pen and say, y'all all fired? Because I'm sorry, I don't trust this motherfucker Elon to be able to go into these places, into these agencies and say, oh yeah, we don't need y'all. I think we need them. You don't think we need them? These motherfuckers who deal with the nuclear bombs, with nuclear fission and shit. Why are we doing this?
You know, it's interesting you would say that. It's interesting you would say that because I read an article, I think earlier today, said that they fired a bunch of nuclear scientists and didn't even realize what they do and had to bring them back.
Exactly. What are we doing here? We are making huge fucking mistakes. There needs to be somebody, anybody, that needs to stand up to this shit. This is getting ridiculous.
But what about now Jamie, but in regards to what you're talking about firing people, Jamie in the comments says, Trump doesn't fire anyone. I mean, Elon Musk doesn't fire anyone. Trump decides. So do you think that Elon is having to get the permission of Trump to do this stuff?
Did it look like Elon and his son had permission to be standing in the fucking Oval Office giving a fucking press conference? When has there ever been a fucking non-voted for? He's standing there with his son, and his son told Trump to shut the fuck up. You ain't the president.
I didn't see that. I did not see that.
I did, and he said the shit clear as hell.
I didn't see it.
He said it clear as hell. He said, you ain't the president. You need to leave. I wish you shut the fuck up. What?
You sound like you really sound like Richard. You sound like Richard Pryor said it. I didn't see it.
Good, because Richard Pryor need to come back from the grave and say some shit about this shit. And the fucked up part about it is, it'd be funny, but it's not funny. It's not funny. This is crazy.
Well, I gotta say I didn't see it. So I looked for it.
Fucking insane, bro.
I looked for it.
This is insane. Look, dude. I'm telling you, it's there. He said that shit.
DJ Tony, appreciate the DJ Tony. Thank you.
And he know.
So
I mean, Alabama. I'm down with who was that? I think that was Arsha Fine earlier who said Alabama. Yeah, they down there paying another $100. So Trump cut off all the government subsidy programs. Now they got to pay them more than $100, and they got to pay the money back. So for all of the time that they was getting this government subsidy, they got to pay the money back too.
Am I hearing remnants of fuck around and find out?
Yeah, sound like it to me.
That's what I'm sounding like. Anyway. So do you think that MAGA are starting to have buyer's remorse for Trump, voters' remorse?
I don't know. I hope. You know what? I hope they do. For me, I'm not upset about it, and I'm still not. They ain't gonna get no love. You'll get no quarter from me. I don't give a shit. You can kiss my ass. You voted for this idiot. You getting what you fucking paid for. You're getting exactly what you paid for. All you misogynistic Latinos, all you fucking idiots who walked around and said that black woman couldn't do it, she ain't strong enough, all you dumbass MAGA motherfuckers who thought that the fucking crook, number one crook in chief, was going to help you, save you somehow. All y'all will get no quarter from me. I will spit on your grave as I'm walking past it. Yes, you get no quarter from me. Because we have been saying this shit since the first fucking term. Dude ain't got shit coming good for y'all. You didn't believe it. Now he's starting to interact his Project 2025 fucking master plan. And now all you dummies are starting to figure out. No, you get no quarter from me. Fuck you.
Well,
you voted for him.
Well, the belief is still that Elon Musk is doing a great job. And before we continue on, I want you to, I think this is what you're talking about. You let me know if this is what you were referring to. There we go.
I will be running ads during the Super Bowl detailing how I am working tirelessly to end government corruption and wasteful spending. Who is excited to watch? I will be running ads during the Super Bowl
So that's totally fabricated.
Totally fabricated. He didn't run not one single fucking commercial for that shit, dog. You can't see that shit is fake. That whole ad is fake, bro.
I've never seen this before.
Computer ran that shit. That is insane, dog. That is completely insane. An 8-year-old kid put that together with CapCut. Fuck out of here, you dummies. And you believed it. And you was watching for it. People was mad. Look it up on TikTok, bro. People, I just want to see the Elon Musk commercials. I just want to see the commercials where we're getting all this information about the government waste. Ain't no fucking government waste, you idiot.
Wait a minute. You do believe there is government waste, though, don't you?
Man, dude, listen. Here's the thing. There probably is government waste somewhere.
Probably.
But Elon's not going to be the one to show you it. You know why he's not going to show it to you? Because he's trying to recoup that $400 billion campaign. He ain't going to show you that money.
He's already
going to put that money in his back pocket.
He's made double-digit billions since Trump got elected. He's already recouped that probably 20 times over by now.
Why would he show it to you? For what? You ain't going to get that money. This motherfuckers out here believe that tariffs are paid by the country sending the shit in. These motherfuckers don't even know what a tariff is. He believed this shit himself. Are you serious? No. This is what America has devolved to. And again, I'm going to bring back the statement that I always say. This is why other countries don't fucking like us. They don't like us because we look stupid, simple, ignorant Americans who go to other countries, do Ken and Karen bullshit, and then regret it. You go do some stupid shit over in Paris, some stupid ass shit over in another country, and you think it's all good because you a fucking American. It's not. Stop going places doing dumb shit. Stop going places doing ignorant things. You're not in America anymore.
All right, King.
What the
fuck? Shit. King.
And that's not, wait. I'm gonna burn you up on this one too. That South African shit, they bogus as fuck. I don't understand how it's okay for Julio and Jose to have to be deported, but it's okay for the Africans down in Africa, these people who stole through apartheid everybody's land and shit, and now people want their shit back, and now you upset about it? Yeah. Fuck you mean?
That there is no way there is no way to make that look good. And we'll be talking about that in subsequent shows, but appreciate you coming through, King. Thank you.
My dude. Peace.
All right, holla. Looking in the comments, by the way, tap the screen. We should have been around 70,000, but you guys are kind of slow on it. I don't know where I'm going to have to get a new HDMI, I guess. My cord is just constantly goofing up here. But continuing on with the program, King Finn don't take prisoners. But I always appreciate him coming through. More and more we go into authoritarianism, the more polls will be artificially inflated in favor. Will not be surprised if Trump's current polls is fake. Wow. Now I talked about that on one of my videos the other day, that Trump had a 53% in terms of poll numbers. And it was a CBS poll. So CBS is not a right-wing outfit. And they said that Trump's poll numbers were at 53%, which is higher than at any point during his first presidency. 53%. And at 30% of Democrats are even happy with the work of Doge. That's probably dropping. We'll see. But what Will G is saying is that as Trump becomes more of an authoritarian, they may start fucking with the poll numbers. I don't know. I can't speak on it yet. But if what he said is true, they're going to probably start making it harder and harder to speak ill of Trump altogether if what he is saying is true. If Fox is willing to edit videos to make it seem like people are cheering for Trump, you talking about the Super Bowl? They claimed that he got cheers and then others said he got booed. I don't know. I've seen it. But so it's hard to know what to believe. But real quick, I saw in the comments somebody said they wanted to hear the Elon Musk video again.
I will be running ads during the Super Bowl detailing how I am working tirelessly to end government corruption and wasteful spending. Who is excited to watch?
That's crazy. An 8-year-old put that shit together like that. That 8-year-old got some MAGA in his family. He knew what the people wanted. He knew what to put together. He knew what folks wanted to see. They want to see Elon. Wow. AI is getting dangerous. It is getting dangerous because you kind of wonder if video testimony in court will become untrustworthy. How do you know if the video evidence you're putting together? Let's say, for instance, you got a dying relative and you know they're going to leave their inheritance to somebody else and you want that money. You want that money. So once they pass away, you sue the person that did inherit the money and state, I got video of them on their deathbed saying they wanted to change their will, but they couldn't, nobody would listen to them. They couldn't get out of bed. They couldn't hire an attorney. But I got the video evidence here. It might be AI. It could be AI. So, we're getting to the point where you can't even believe what you see anymore. Remember, there used to be a phrase, believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Shit, it might become believe none of what you see anymore. It's getting crazy how bad AI is getting. I'm watching Bill Maher, and I'll go to the box after this. Alter Ego, yeah! Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you very much for supporting the program, Alter Ego. I'm watching Bill Maher comes on HBO. I think we all know who he is. And he did a segment where it says more and more Americans are starting to have relationships with AI. Bots. Big Dog. Yeah. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you very much, Big Dog. So there's a app called Replica AI where you can literally design a chick, design a woman, and have conversations with her. And she responds back, hey, how's your day going? I got to go to work at 10 o'clock, hit me up at the 10. And after 10 o'clock, the thing will start texting you back. You can literally have a relationship with artificial intelligence now. And because artificial intelligence is ever evolving, it uses data to keep getting bigger and bigger, kind of like a blob where it just absorbs and it gets bigger. The more you put in it, the more it knows. So it'll start knowing what you think, I'm having, you're talking to a robot and I'm having McDonald's today. Well, you do always have that every Tuesday. Like, how the fuck you know that? Because it's recording the information. People are starting to have relationships with AI. So I don't know where that's going to go, but there is an app right now called Replica AI. There's instead of the C in Replica, it's a K. Replica AI. You can download the app. You can develop because when somebody's texting you their pictures on your device or whatever, you can develop how you want your mate to look, and you can start communicating with that individual. And it's just a complete robot, but the more you tell it, the more it knows about you, and it starts to be able to talk to you, and it sounds like a regular person. Replica AI. Look at it in the comments. Will G, and I know because I tried it. Will G says Trump is suing CBS for $10 billion and upped it to $20 billion off of the 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris. That interview was that whole thing is bullshit, but I think Trump will win some of that. Simply put, some of the corporations are starting to fall in line with Trump because they know any resistance to Trump could hurt their corporation, hurt their careers, and all of that. So as opposed to resisting Trump, it's getting to the point where you are better off bowing down. So like Disney also lost a lawsuit to Trump recently for like $15 million. That's what George Stephanopoulos was calling Trump a rapist on air when it should be sexual assault or something like that. They paid him $15 million. What's happening is these corporations who have infinite wealth themselves are like, just get a guy $20 million and make this shit go away. That's really what's happening. Because if you keep resisting him, he's going to talk about you at every rally. We're going to start losing all sorts of MAGA viewers. For all you know, for God's sake, somebody may bomb one of the network affiliates, whatever the case may be. Give this fucker 15, 20 million or whatever the hell he wants to make this shit go away before it gets out of hand. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Because the Kamala Harris CBS interview, there's no way in hell that Trump was hurt to any degree for that kind of a payout. There's just no reason that he should be claiming that kind of money. But Trump is a businessman. He can recognize financial weakness in his adversaries, and he knows that he has folks because at the end of the day, it's not in their best interest to resist. You're seeing it out of all of the Republican Congress and Senate. He knows that they can't resist me. If they resist, they'll get voted out. They know that. All of them do. All of it. There is no one in the Republican Congress or House that can resist Trump and keep their jobs. The only one doing it right now is Mitch McConnell because he doesn't expect to keep his job. He's resigning. Oh, he's stepping down. He's not running again. Jojo says he's a mob boss, not a businessman. He certainly has that amount of power right now. Going back to the box, when you enter money amount for your SIM, what do you mean by that, Sean Harrison? I don't get what you're saying. That's the only thing that makes sense when you have that much. Well, I mean, he is, without a doubt, at least in my analysis, and I'm assuming many of you also would agree, without a doubt, President Trump is the most powerful president in our entire lives. I don't care how fucking old you are. You could be in your 50s like me. You could be 100 years old. He is the most powerful president that has ever existed in your lifetime, regardless of what your age is. Going back to the box, simply put, there's nobody resisting him. Simply put, there is nobody resisting him. Every other president would have met resistance on a lot of levels. Shiv McNasty. It's a hell of a name. Good afternoon, Shiv. Welcome to the program. Another travel channel says wrong. Give me a president. Hold on a second, Shiv. Another travel channel. Hang on one second, Shiv. Another travel channel. You said I'm wrong. Give me another president that was more powerful than President Trump. Appreciate you coming through, Shiv. For you folks who enjoy this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle without any concern of being blocked, banned, or censored, I'm going to ask you to take this time out now to drop a subscription on YouTube Vertical, YouTube Horizontal, TikTok, or Instagram Live. Shiv, welcome to the program. What's going on?
Hey, Tim, how you doing, man?
You know how I always say hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. So do you agree with all these terminations?
No, he shouldn't be terminating anybody. Let's talk about Elon real quick. He just closed the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, right?
Yeah.
He had investigations ongoing into him from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. If he wanted to curtail waste, he could look into, say, the Pentagon, which has failed the last 7 of its audits. and can't account for like 60% of the funds that go to it or something. I'm not good with numbers. Also, Trump isn't losing or winning these lawsuits. They're settling because he's asking for such a small amount of money. It would cost him like 3 times that to sit there and fight him in court.
They're doing it to make him go away.
Yeah, they're doing it because they don't want to waste the money and the time fighting a legal battle. They would probably win, but it's not worth their time and effort. It's
not only is it not worth their legal battle, but they would also lose a lot of MAGA viewers and things like that too.
I mean, that's possible, but they've already lost a lot of. In the case of Disney, they've already lost most of the MAGA viewers because they're quote unquote woke anyway.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So they don't really have that much to lose. Everybody loves Disney. Disney's not going anywhere. They have Star Wars, they have Marvel, they have Disney. They're not going anywhere. They have more money than Trump will ever have.
Do MAGA go to Disneyland, or does MAGA avoid the theme parks?
Oh, hell, I don't know. I don't know what they do. I think they just sit at home and get mad.
They just sit at home and get mad, huh?
Yeah. Oh, also, somebody mentioned Project Paperclip. You said you didn't know what that was.
I knew what it was. I didn't know what. I knew what it was. I didn't know what it was called.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's just when they brought over all the Nazi scientists.
Right. Don't try not to say that word too much. The app don't like it.
Oh, sorry. Well, that's what they were.
Yeah, I know. Schmotzies or some other dumb. Yeah, use some other dumb word like schmotzies or something.
The German scientists.
Yeah, there you go. I didn't know it was called. Yeah, I didn't know it was called Paperclip, but I am aware that they also helped develop they helped develop the atomic bomb and all of that. I do know that.
Yeah, exactly. That's where Einstein came from. I'm pretty sure he was originally a German. I'm not sure if he came over during World War II, but I'm pretty sure he was originally from Germany.
Yeah, he was.
Okay. Oh, another thing. I wrote down a couple notes here because I've been listening to you for like a couple hours, and some people have been saying dumb shit. The reason Vivek left, the reason he's not in Doge, is because he wrote that tweet that riled up the entire MAGA base about how people on the H-1 whatever visas are better people than Americans can't do the jobs they need.
But didn't Elon agree with that though?
Yeah, he did, but he's Elon Musk. He's untouchable in the way that Trump is. He's the richest man in the world, so everybody thinks he's brilliant. He's not. He's a con man, just like Trump.
Damn. All right. I mean, listen, I do know I talked to a lot of viewers that the biggest accolade or the biggest resume qualification that Elon has is that he's the richest man in the world. That is making some people just buy him hook, line, and sinker simply because he got a bunch of money. And that worked for Trump, too.
Money doesn't equate intelligence.
That much
money
of
does
it?
not equate intelligence.
That
it's
much
easy
of
to
it?
be born rich.
Huh?
Yeah, that much of it. Listen, okay, look at it like this. Money requires taking risks, right?
Yeah.
Let's look at risks like a game of darts, okay? You can afford to maybe play a game or two of darts. I can afford to maybe play a game or two of darts. There's some people that can afford like one dart throw. There's some people that can only afford to watch. Elon Musk can walk in with a barrel of endless darts and just throw them until he hits a bullseye.
I get the analogy. That is true. Eventually, you're going to hit.
He can take risk after risk after risk that would ruin a normal person, and to him, it's just Tuesday.
Yeah, but he had to.
He puts his name on shit just like Trump. Tesla, he had nothing to do with Tesla. It's just his name. 2 other people invented Tesla in the cars. SpaceX, he's not designing any of that crap. He's just funding it. Like, he's not a genius. He's a jerk.
Well, I mean,
he's a rich racist. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Wait a minute. Why do you say that?
Why do I say what?
He's a rich racist. What is making you say that?
Oh, well, he was raised in apartheid South Africa. His father owned an apartheid emerald mine. His grandparents were Canadian German Socialist Party sympathizers. His father has an interview where he has said just that. And he dog whistles white supremacist stuff constantly. The salutes during the inauguration.
I heard that just meant. I heard that just meant his heart goes out to you. It wasn't meant to be anything.
Yeah,
else.
He can say whatever he wants. The salute is still the salute for heiling Hitler. Like go watch American.
Calm down. That's another one. Try not to say that one too. Schmotzi and Adolf. Go with that.
Fair enough. It's the salute for the Fuhrer.
Yeah, there you go.
That is the exact salute. If you go watch American History X, they do it all throughout the movie, and then you can watch where there's a guy that does it just like Elon. The only difference is his arm is slightly at a different angle, but it's not even that noticeable.
I heard you got to click your heels for it to be effective.
The clicking your heels is just the ultimate form of respect. That's like if you're a soldier, you're doing it. But if you were a citizen, they wouldn't expect you to click your heels. If you were just a sympathizer, they wouldn't expect you to have military precision. It's like if you're on the sidelines of a parade and you salute like incoming heroes, they don't expect you to have military precision in that salute. They're just glad that you did it. It's a form of respect.
Okay, now my YouTube audience is fairly MAGA, and you're getting all kinds of pushback. Kimberly says he has autism. Oh my God! So in other words, the guy just has autism. He's not doing anything harmful.
Yeah, okay, maybe he has autism. I know a lot of people with autism. None of them greeted me with a Fuhrer salute ever.
I don't know.
Have they done that?
Well,
none of them do that, and then go and back the right-wing party in Germany and tell them that they shouldn't feel bad about what happened in World War II, and then go on after he's accused of being a Fuhrer supporter and make a bunch of Fuhrer-specific jokes instead of going, hey, look, I know how it looked. Oops, my bad. He hasn't apologized for it or anything. Maybe he's autistic. That doesn't forgive his actions. If you're autistic and you start running around saying the N-word, people aren't going to be like, oh, he's just autistic. You're going to get shot in the hood. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, and I see in the comments, Protectionist 3 said that you can also say it's the Black Panther salute. Are Black Panthers known for doing this? I've never seen
Black Panthers did a fist in the air at a right angle. They didn't hit their chest and shoot out at a 45-degree angle with their hand.
Yeah,
they didn't do it twice in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Black power is a fist in the air. That's all that is.
Yeah,
it's completely different.
Yeah, I've never seen this as a Black Panther salute. I'm just looking at some of the comments people were saying, but I mean, my MAGA audience is tearing you apart. They don't like what you're doing now. Somebody says it's not a salute. He said it's not a salute. That's a straw man fallacy. You claim it was a salute, which it was not a salute. Somebody, they're swearing up and down this is not a salute.
I'm sorry you don't understand what a Fuhrer salute looks like. Go watch the History Channel.
Yeah. And for me personally, it's kind of one of those things where 1 plus 1 plus 1 starts to equal things. And we can say this ain't a salute.
Yeah.
You got this. You got him, as you pointed out, going and talking to Germans, telling them they shouldn't feel guilty for what happened during the era when this salute was known to happen in Germany. Now you got him talking about a racist staffer should be rehired. And now he's also deciding to help the whites in South Africa. So we can talk about one of these things may not be racist, but all of this has happened in the span of a month. All of this stuff has happened in the span of a month.
Yeah, not to forget, in Germany, when they show the inauguration, they blur it out because it's the Fuhrer salute. The neo-white supremacists in this country are like, hey, that was a real nice salute Elon did. I'm glad we're being recognized. He made sure that any of them who had been banned from Twitter got back onto Twitter.
So you're saying in Germany, when they showed Elon doing this, they actually blur it out?
Yeah. Because you can't show anything pertaining to the Fuhrer and friends in Germany. It's illegal.
So they don't recognize it as autism when my heart goes out to you.
No.
Yeah. That's what I heard too.
Usually it's like handing somebody something, open hand, palm up, It's not a fierce motion. It's a very casual and caring motion when you say something like that.
What? But is this something we should focus on at all? Because the Observer in the comments, the Observer Melanin says, I'm more concerned with our tax dollars being wasted with USAID. So in other words, who gives a damn about this? I'm more concerned with the wasting of tax dollars. How do you respond to that?
I respond that what people consider wasted tax dollars is also spent on the country. You see, there's farmers in Kentucky who took the surplus sorghum, however you say that word, and barley and stuff that they grew, and they contributed it from a grant to USAID to other countries. USAID paid farmers in Kentucky. Now, those farmers in Kentucky aren't going to make any money. Are there things in it that could be bad? Sure. I don't know everything about USAID, but I do know it does some good things, and cutting off your nose to spite your face doesn't make any sense. Also, you're not saving that much with USAID. Why not go across? You want your tax dollars saved? Go to the Pentagon. Go find out why they failed the last 7 audits and take some of their almost, what is it, $1 trillion a year? Take some of that away. We're good. We have enough tanks. We have enough boats. We have enough $10 million planes. We have more army than the next closest two allies put together. I want to hear, oh, he's trying to save my tax dollars, when he shuts down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which protects consumers from financial issues. They have raked in $20 billion since their inception for the American people. They don't cost that much. They're like, I think it's like $500 million a year. They're raking in far more than they cost.
Yeah. And that's the common argument, is that if you want to save tax dollars, the Pentagon and the Department of Defense is where you got to start, because there's a ton more money there. I mean, you're right, because I think USA, what is it, 1 or 10% or something like that of the budget. The waste is not there. There may be some waste there, but in terms of scale, there is far more waste in some of these other departments they haven't touched yet. But some folks are saying they will eventually get to that. We'll see. But Shiv, I got to move it on. Is this our first time talking?
Promises.
Huh?
I said promises.
Yeah. This is our first time talking?
This is our first time talking, but I've been listening to you for a couple of weeks. I've had a couple comments that you've read.
Okay.
But I didn't know how to call in. I couldn't figure it out.
Well, I'm glad you called in. My door's always open to you, man. Thanks for coming through.
Absolutely. I'll check in next time a bunch of people say dumb, wrong shit.
Appreciate it. That might be me next time. Who knows? Tap the screen, folks. Get the likes up to about 70. Thou, THOU. That was not popular with my MAGA viewers. My beloved MAGA on my YouTube platform, that's where most of my MAGA are. They did not like my last caller. But like I said, we're all about free speech here. Feel free to come on over. If you want to challenge my last caller, we'll certainly tackle that as well. We don't block, ban, or censor. Been that way since day one. Like I said, we are MAGA friendly. MAGA are my preferred guests. I just don't get as many. So we bring up the liberals as well. But MAGA has always been a preferred guest on the program. It's just more liberals like to come through. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 70,000. As I stated before, if you do enjoy open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, without any concern of the host trying to dictate how you should speak or trying to tell you what to say, you are in the right place. I'll ask you to do me a solid by following the program on TikTok or Instagram, wherever you may be, or a subscription on YouTube, if you will. Looking in the comments, you just mostly ignore MAGA, says Thomas. My last caller, how many MAGA-oriented comments did I throw at him? Really? He just said I mostly ignore MAGA. I didn't read a liberal response to him at all. Every comment I gave him was coming from MAGA and was critical of what he was saying. Every one of them, every single one of them. You say I ignore MAGA. I love it. Thank you for the input, by the way, but damn. Holy shit, who picked this caller? There's another one that's critical of him, says Salty Colonel. I don't always know. Now we do get routine callers. There's no doubt about that. But you heard me ask my last caller, is this our first time talking? I don't know the politics of the caller until they come on. His name was Shiv. I don't know what that, I don't know what his politics is. I bring you up. I don't give a damn about what your politics are. I get taught a lot from MAGA. There are liberals that educate me. I don't know every damn thing. I make it clear on this program. Not only do we never talk down to guests, I'm not a know-it-all. That's why I enjoy free speech. So I didn't know what his politics were until he got up there. I know who I pledge allegiance to. If you don't like it here, you can go, says 7up the Ghost. Well, first of all, who the hell are you pledging allegiance to? You didn't say what. You said who. Who is a person? Now, I noticed, 7up, you got the American flag. You got Old Glory in your post. But you said who. So you're pledging allegiance to a human being, sounds like. But then you said if you don't like it here, you can go. Well, if you don't like it here, you can vote to make it better as well. You don't have to leave your damn homeland. I don't know why people say that. When Trump was campaigning, America was a laughingstock. Our military was depleted. Our economy was in shambles. We were the worst country that needed to be repaired. Nobody told them if you don't like it here, you can leave. You can do things to make it better. Why do folks on the right, because that's predominantly where that comes from, why do folks on the right continue telling Americans you can leave your homeland? What part of the First Amendment and free speech involves leaving your homeland if you're critical of the United States? Where are my Constitution-loving patriots at? Leave your homeland. Are we suggesting that the United States is so perfect that you have no right to criticize it, or you should therefore leave your homeland? Where the hell does that come from? Johnny D. Price suggests in the comments, he says white privilege. Where the hell does it come from to tell people to leave their homeland? What happened in the First Amendment? Free speech, freedom of the press, freedom of the right to assembly. Leave your homeland. You don't like it. It should be perfect to you, huh? Will G says, we don't pledge allegiance to a man. You are with the devil. Damn, Will. Damn. Trump supporters tell everyone that they don't like to go back to where they came from all the time. I do hear a lot about that. I do hear that often. Going back to the box, yeah, I don't buy telling Americans to leave their homeland. I don't see nothing patriotic about that, telling people to leave their homeland. I just don't see anything patriotic. Lee Holland, good afternoon. Welcome to the program. If I hated where I was from, I would leave. That's why. Being critical of where you are doesn't mean you hate it. It doesn't have to mean you hate it. So like I said, what if you hate where you are and you try to fix it? Is that not possible? I mean, do you just run because you don't like where you are? No, to me, that's insane. I tried to bring up a guest. I may have to move it on. But yeah, the idea that you should leave your homeland should never come up from a patriot, from a true blue American. You should never tell Americans to leave their homeland. Big Fire. Good afternoon. They are the biggest hypocrites. Yeah, because I mean, like I said, the right was criticizing the status of America constantly when Biden was in office. Open borders. We got rapists and murderers coming in by the thousands. Nobody said you should leave. If you don't like the immigrants coming in this country, you don't like what Biden is doing, leave. Go somewhere else. Nobody said nothing like that. That ain't patriotic to me. They seem to not like the way America is. Why don't they leave? Everybody hates the way America is when their current president of choice is not in office. The right hated the way America was. If you don't like transgender playing for the other team, you don't like the transgender using the wrong bathroom, then leave. Then leave. Go somewhere else. It doesn't sound good now, does it? It doesn't sound good anymore, does it? No, we want to vote the person out so that we can change the laws. You don't leave your damn homeland. I'm literally watching patriots disappear right before my very eyes with that statement. Every time I whisper waste, fraud, and abuse, they drop on their knees and work it. I like that, Neptune. A citizen working against the U.S. is treason. Leave. I don't know how criticizing America is working against the U.S. It's a different, but now if you're saying that if the comment is, if you're working against the U.S., you're committing treason. And I would also have to ask, what is your opinion of working against the U.S.? Because all of the business owners that have businesses in China that are at the cost of American jobs, or folks who hire illegal immigrants that are also at the cost of American jobs, all of that shit's working against the U.S. Is that treason? Because that's most of Washington. You think that Trump and Elon don't have some businesses where products of theirs are made in other countries and shit like that? So your definition of working against the U.S. may be totally different than somebody else's. I'm just not a fan of telling Americans to leave their country. That does sound, it reeks of some kind of privilege or something like that. Because I know a lot of folks on the right. I've been talking to you folks for years. A lot of folks on the right that are critical of America from all different aspects. Not once have I ever told somebody to leave their country if they don't like what's going on. Not once. Somebody sent something with the message redacted. It's dumb conservative brain rot logic. Don't highlight it, says Nobel War Prize. A Nobel War Prize. Damn, not the Nobel Peace Prize, the Nobel War Prize. Yikes. I didn't like Joe Biden, but I never talked shit about our country. Great, and that's how it should be. I mean, listen, I've heard people say there's not enough alpha men anymore. The liberals don't turn everybody into girly men. Feminism is getting crazy. Obviously, the transgender community has been. You don't tell the people to leave, though. You don't like what's going on, then you vote in an alpha male that's going to put in alpha male policies. Nobody tells you to leave your damn country. I don't know. To me, it sounds like the right has the mindset that if you don't agree with me, get the fuck out. I am right. You are wrong. I know what's best for America. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If you don't agree with me, get the fuck out of my country. That's what I'm hearing. Tell me where I'm wrong. That's what I'm hearing. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 70,000. We'll move the program on. Will G says God is not with one nation of people, and that's Israel. God is not with one nation of people, and that's Israel, but not the ones you are thinking of. It's not America. Nations failed with God's name in vain. MAGA better get right. Well, that's a hell of a religious sounding threat there, Will. Damn, he says God is not with one nation. And I kind of agree, this whole thing of, God put Trump in office and all. I do kind of quit. Now, I'm not very religious, so I'm not the one to be the authority on this, but I do sometimes say that there's 180, 190 nations on earth. You think God is really that focused only on America? Like, really? I mean, he put God in to run this country. What about everybody else? I mean, you ever see what is it? The show that says God bless America and no place else. That's what it kind of sounds like. There's other countries on earth. You think he only focuses on us? God ain't as selfish as the typical capitalist. God put everything in office because you can't do anything without God, says, I can't pronounce the name, but keep it simple. Let me go back to the box. The one and only Mike, good evening, or good afternoon. Is it afternoon still? Yeah, 3. Good afternoon, Mike. God would strike us down if he knew Trump. Jesus. You think God would strike us down for Trump, Evan? Mike, good evening. Mike, are you there?
What's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I mean, oh man, just listen to these crazy folks talking about this nonsense. That's all.
What are you hearing that's crazy?
Well, first of all, I mean, when people always want to tell somebody to go back where they came from, the problem is, if that were hypothetically, if that were true, all the white Anglo-Saxons wouldn't even have survived, right? So let's just stop telling people that came to this country and contributed, whether they were oppressed to get here, whether they were subjugated while they were here, they contributed to build this country. So if you want to tell somebody to go back to where they came from, you might want to do your history, but that's the very reason why they're trying to take history out of the schools. That's why they vilify and demonize everything, because they don't want to tell the real history. So when you tell somebody to go back from where they came from, you got a lot of nerve, because not one group.
You might have Monacola, thank you for the TikTok cap. Are you there, Mike?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just keep getting
your boy MAGA React says, what the fuck are you saying?
I'm telling MAGA React to go find his AI woman that he has and shut the hell up. Because here's the thing. MAGA React comes on here and talks about that he's not even originally from here, but yet he stands behind the people that are telling people to go back where they came from. You see the iron? That's a good point. He's from Egypt. That is a good point. Irony in this shit. That's a good point. But he says it all the time, right? He says it all the time. That's why I tell him, you don't want to debate with me. Go talk to your AI woman. I'm sure you made her in your likeness. I'm sure she looks exactly like Trump would want her to look, MAGA reaction. Just go sit down and go tell her to go order you some coffee or something. Anyway, I digress.
My God, that's a riot.
So earlier when you played that clip, when Top Dog had you play that clip of
Elon Musk, the AI clip of Elon.
No. Before that, about the election, when Donald Trump was talking about how Elon went to Pennsylvania and the computers and all that. You remember that?
Yes. I had never heard that.
Okay. Well, if you Google Elon and Tucker Carlson interview, in the first 20 seconds of that interview is what I was telling you about. And he talks about, if your dad doesn't win, I'm fucked.
He said I might go to jail. Yeah, he did say I may go to jail, didn't he?
Yes. And it was right around that same time. So again, we ignore, we don't want to put anything together, right? We don't want to put anything together because it just might take us down a path that we say that doesn't exist. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Have you read that if you pull it up, you'll see it pop up. It's literally going to be the first.
I know about the existence of it. I know he said, because he did say, if Trump lost, he may go to jail. But you're tying it to the notion that because he done been fucking with the voting machines.
That is correct.
I don't know. Do you think they had to, though? You think Kamala Harris actually had a chance of beating Trump?
Well, here's what I'm going to say. Yes, I do. But again, I'm not going. I don't have any hard facts. But I have seen a lot of stuff that would lead me to believe that something was not right. But it doesn't matter because here we are.
True.
Here we are, right?
True.
That's why we don't really talk about that often. But have you seen? So Kevin Roberts' book, Dawn's Early Light, came out after the election. Did you purchase it?
No.
Have you seen it?
No.
Okay. The foreword in that book. So it was supposed to come out before the election, but they postponed it till after the election. The foreword in that book, if you read the foreword that was written by J.D. Vance, by the way, in Kevin Roberts' book, talks about everything that's happening right now. It's not even, you can't even measure it. It's Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk interview. It should pop up on the first one on YouTube.
I did. It didn't.
It's a 50. Was that them in the white chair right there? It's a 50. It should say 55 minutes on it.
I was just trying to see if I can find it. But keep going. What were you saying about the book?
Don't purchase it, but if you read the book and read the foreword in that book that J.D. Vance wrote, they're doing exactly what they're doing right now. They talk about it in the book. It's that interview right there.
I'd be curious to, let me see if I can hear this clip. This is a brief clip to see what you're talking about.
Should be like in the first few seconds he starts talking about being screwed.
All right, let me rewind it here because I'm curious.
Yep.
I know this. I do know of the existence of this because I've heard people talking about it, but I haven't seen it.
If he loses, man, what? You're fucked, dude.
I'm fucked. If he loses, I'm fucked.
It does seem that way. You can't just be like, yo.
Yeah, I'm like, how long do you think my prison sentence is going to be? Do you think? Will I see my children? I don't know.
Because it's not like you can say, well, yeah, I maxed out to him, but, I get...
I've no plausible deniability. No, and I've been trashing Kamala nonstop.
Oh, I know!
Well, the Kamala puppet, I call it, The machine that the Kamala puppet represents.
Unlike what I had to deal with earlier, this one's easy. I can give plausible... They violated me for that? Or they violate you for something? What the hell is somebody don't like what's going on?
Yeah, somebody doesn't like what I'm saying.
Well, I will tell you, this one here I can defend Trump and Elon a little easier on because he's saying that if he wins, he's fucked. Keep in mind, they were openly stating that the Biden administration had a weaponized DOJ. And you hear him say that he's been trashing Kamala constantly. He could easily be saying that they're so horrible with using the government against their enemies that if I lose, they're not just going to go after Trump, they're going to go after me too. So this one, I can defend Elon on this one pretty easy. I don't know if that's the case, but there's plenty of room for plausible deniability on this.
There's probably plausible deniability. You can find it anywhere. That's what they've been doing in there.
Now that other one I seen today, the other one I had to play, I couldn't even come up with a reason to defend that it was so bad.
So put the two together.
You didn't try to do that. I'd have to look at the actual dates that they were released. But like I said, this one here, I can defend Elon on. I can easily come up with plausible deniability because he didn't come out and admit he committed a crime. I mean, and Trump had made it clear that the Biden-Harris team was trying to put their adversaries in jail. So you could easily tie that to what Elon is saying here is that if I win, if I lose, the Biden and Harris team, they're already trying to throw Trump in jail. And now I've been on this side, they're going to throw me in jail too. I mean, you could easily tie that into what he was saying.
Yeah, for the exception of no one had been put in jail. But I hear what you're saying.
You get what I'm saying.
Yeah, no one had been put in jail. So
it was coming though. If Kamala Harris had won and those cases were allowed to progress like normal, Trump was not going to be in good standings with that. Now, I think Jack Smith had him. I don't know. But there's a reason why they try to delay that shit as opposed to prove his innocence.
100%, because I read all the indictments. I read every one of them, front to back. So yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, he knew he was screwed. That's why they kept delaying it, right? But listen, so all of these workers across the country that have been terminated, right, from their jobs.
Yeah.
And even earlier when Magalax Facts or Maga Reacts, what is his name? Whatever his name is. I think it's Magalax Facts.
Maga Reacts.
Yeah, Magalax
You said Magalax Facts. Oh my
yeah. He just fired a bunch of federal fire forestry workers across the country to the point where now they're going back and saying, hey, listen, we're coming up on fire season across the country here. What are we doing? So that's why I keep telling everybody, stop leaning into what he's saying as his fact, and then the move that he makes is completely contradictory to what he said. So now we're getting rid of the very people that he said should have been doing this thing, which wasn't true. But now he's terminating all these people to the point where they're making mistakes and got to hire people back.
Well, the thing is, and this is where I have an issue with it. It's as opposed to cutting government waste, they're essentially on a mass firing spree. So when you're going at the whole departments, everybody you're getting rid of is not waste. It's not redundant. It's not somebody who lacks merit. You're just firing people wholesale, which is how they fired the nuclear scientists or the nuclear engineers and realized we need to bring them back. They're moving so fast. There's no way everybody they're getting rid of is good for the United States. And that's what I asked on the show earlier. With them stating that the unemployment rate in Washington, D.C. is up 36% from just last week. Can that town handle so many of its people constantly getting fired?
Because they're not doing it that way. To your point, when you do an audit, it takes time. You got to go through and figure out what's what. You got to look at stuff. You don't just go in and say. So as they're doing this, I don't care who it was. I don't care what administration it was. You just don't summarily go in and just start emptying departments and emptying agencies and think that there's not going to be any missteps. People are already not getting the money and the services that they need. It's happening already. It's sad because the people that are supporting him continuing to come up here in your comments, I'm like, you're not paying attention, but it's coming. It's going to it's going to hit your refrigerator. It's going to hit your gas tank. It's going to hit your job. It's going to hit your city. It's going to hit your community, because you can't just do this and not expect anything to come of it. That's not even real. That's not even realistic, Tim. It's not even realistic to think that is a thing, but yet people are, and it's actively happening.
No.
It's actively happening.
A lot of people think that what he's doing right now is a good thing. So, I mean, we won't know. And by the way, Will G in the comments, you said, man made one nation under God. You are the son of perdition. You're getting deep there, Will. You're getting deep. But
here's the thing, Tim. And you know, the more and more we have these conversations, the more and more there, you know, it's not one side or the other for me. At this point, it's just, listen, if this only side is how many zeros you got behind your name. That's the only side right here.
I mean, but you really make us look like we're just selling ourselves to the highest bidder.
We are, Tim. We are. Think about this. Most of the blue states provide more of the federal tax to the country than any of the red states. But people are so deep into MAGA shit that they don't understand. If a blue state gets hurt, it's going to hurt the red state that you reside in. But you're so fixated on this orange, peach, mango, moscato motherfucker that you're not paying attention.
It's a lot of colors. Orange, peach, mango, moscato.
Yeah.
You sound like what is the black congresswoman, the bad built bleach blonde?
Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah.
The man that was earlier, we kept calling her Jasmine Guy. But
damn, what did he say?
He kept saying Jasmine Guy earlier. I kept saying Crockett in the comments. But my point is this: Elon is doing what he's doing. He has his own agenda. Trump has his own agenda. The white Christian nationalism is at the top of all of this.
What about the black man? He's done more for black people than anybody since Abraham Lincoln, Trump says.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm glad you brought that up. Can you tell me one thing that he's done since he's in the office? Now, listen carefully now, that may have potentially helped any community of color since he's been in office.
I can. You know, I got to put my MAGA hat on. I can definitely defend Trump. What has he done to help people of color? Well, first of all, I got cousins and folks in my family in Chicago are complaining that these immigrants are every damn where, getting resources that they can't get their hands on. Getting rid of them immigrants has really helped a lot of people in these urban areas. African Americans are happy to get rid of all these damn immigrants that are floating around in cities. That's one. Number two, go ahead.
That's what they're saying.
I'm just telling you.
They're saying, but here's the thing. But they can't tell you one thing they've gotten from it if that were the case.
Peace of mind.
Tell you what.
Peace of mind.
Well, yeah. So tell me how much peace of mind is worth when they're about to take everything else.
I'm just answering your question. Number two.
That's fair.
Number two, I got folks in my family, for instance, that do not like the fact that a biological male might play on a woman's team. Once again, it's peace of mind because I don't see it. But same thing with I don't want my child going into the bathroom with a man. I don't want my daughter going to. They're happy with this. Trump is getting rid of that stuff. They like that. This is African Americans.
But they're still taking their kids into the church. So
just telling you.
I know what they're saying.
Yeah.
But again, those are anecdotal things. But the reality is this: nothing. Because you ask your family. Did you ask your family how many transgenders have they encountered?
You know me, Mike. You know
I already know.
You know me.
I already know, Tim. That's what I'm saying. Everybody is bogged down in this nonsense. But what they should be looking at, anytime I talk to any MAGA, they bring that up. You go to your church. You go to the Catholic Church. If you go to Catholic Church or your child is in Boy Scouts, you better be looking at those two entities before you look for some transgender in your bathroom anywhere.
I'll give you a third one. Getting rid of the Department of Education, which is on Trump's radar. The suggestion is the Department of Education, for all the money that goes into it, we have a very poor track record on students in this country compared to other countries. If you go back to the state level, Trump believes it will benefit African Americans, and some African Americans believe that too. So there's another.
And that's some idiotic shit too. So people that want the Department of Education to go away, understand, if your child is on an IEP, if your child is on a 504 plan, if your child has a disability, any of those things that your child has that you benefit from, you can kiss those goodbye.
Right.
And listen, that is not partisan. That is not red or blue. There are plenty of women or people on this live right now that have kids that have special needs. Matter of fact, the other one about Elon and him having Asperger's, right? He's supposed to be some kid that has autism. He's supposed to be on the spectrum.
Right.
Well, all of the aid, all of the resources for them in schools, you can kiss that goodbye too. But instead of just reading the headlines, understand how it's going to impact you. It's for disabled people. It's for all of those things that people aren't paying attention to.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just giving you some examples of things that could be spun to look like it's benefiting African Americans. So,
well, they're spending everything. I mean, shit. We're in a dryer cycle right now. This should be the United States of whirlpool around this bitch right now. It's just ridiculous. But at the end of the day, we will all feel it. And I just want people to just be authentic and honest when they can, but they just won't. They just won't. They're going to go back to U.S. aid, which is crippling communities, states, and counties as we speak, because just like your former guest said, farmers are paying the price for that, right? Yeah. Because they're producing stuff that's leaving this country to go help people for humanitarian aid. Did you see the article I sent you about the families over there in Africa?
No, I haven't.
Those U.S. humanitarian workers over there.
I haven't seen that.
That had to flee from over there, and they had to get back by boat and plane and all this shit because they cut the federal spending and the federal aid that they were getting over there. I sent you the article.
I haven't seen that. Like I said, I get a lot of stuff. I'm gonna have to look in there and find that. I have not seen that. I mean, the news evolves so fast under Trump. You know, I get hundreds of things being said. I mean, it's amazing at how fast things are moving, considering this guy's only been in office, I guess, 4 weeks. As MAGA Reacts pointed out, it's actually been coming up on 4 weeks. So that's even faster. I thought it was week 5. So it's amazing.
Well, I'm gonna land my plane here. Then I'm gonna let you go. We have to stop. You know, at the end of the day, who you voted for at this point, if you're still holding on to Trump, it's a win for you, it's a win for the country, you're still not paying attention. Now, I have heard, even this morning, I've heard more Trump supporters absolutely pushing back on their votes. They're like, I didn't vote for him to fire federal workers. I didn't vote for him to destroy unions. I didn't vote for him to take away humanitarian aid. I didn't vote for these things. I didn't vote for him to take away money for health research.
Doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter now. All right, Mike.
Doesn't matter now.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, moving on with the program. Will G says, Deuteronomy 28:49, KJV 49. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle fleeth. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Wow. Will, Deuteronomy. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee. We are against ourselves from far from the end of the earth. This is almost last days sounding. As swift as the eagle fleeth, the nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Man, some of the things you guys say, I want you to be wrong on them so bad, because, man, Chris, you said, what country is he talking about exactly? The one we're in, assuming you're in America. The one we're in is what he's talking about. That's what he's talking about. Let me move it on with the program. Once again, Deuteronomy 28:50, KJV. A nation of fierce, I can't even pronounce this one. Countenance, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old nor shew favor to the young. Then you're going above my head with that one, Will. A nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old nor shew favor to the young. Somebody let me know somebody interpret that for me. I don't know what that one means. I know our nation, if the capitalism of America, in my opinion, and I see in the comments, Arlita says it seems as if we are against ourselves. I think we are. I think that's more likely confirmed. But I do believe that because we are a capitalist nation, everybody focuses on money, and people. I don't think Americans care about other Americans. I just think that there's a ton of evidence around to show that Americans generally do not. I mean, how many people will say that instead of sending money overseas, why don't we take care of Americans here? There's no desire to do that. I mean, there's a reason why we don't have anywhere near as many social programs as most first world countries, even though we have more money than them, because people want to keep their own shit. Look at what we're celebrating right now that Elon Musk and Trump is doing. They're firing people. Hey, but you're saving us money in doing so. Who gives a damn? People are losing their jobs. People are going to be kicked out of their apartments, have to give their cars back, take their kids out of college. Who gives a damn? We're saving money, though. I don't think Americans really care about other Americans. That's my observation of it is. Every time you hear of some cut that Elon or Trump has done, those are jobs. Those are Americans that are going through hardships because of that. All we're focused on, but you're saving me money in it, so fuck them. That's what we're looking at. Hey, I don't give a fuck. But I just saved 15% on my insurance. I don't care nothing about he's not cutting money going overseas. These are Americans that are being cut. Every one of the things he's talking about, these are Americans that are being cut out of the mix. And we seem to be okay with it because at the end of the day, it sounds like I'm going to make some money out of it at the end of the day. And there's no guarantee us regular working folks are going to benefit from any of this shit at all. We're hoping and praying that if they save billions of dollars, somehow, some way, it's going to trickle down to you and me. There's no promise of that. The only promise is we are currently creating hardship for Americans right now as we speak. We know that's happening. We don't know we're going to benefit at the end of it. We do not know that. We're trusting that that will happen. But we're certain that Americans right now as we speak are struggling. And they're not even giving some of these people 30 days notice. Can you imagine? You work somewhere 10, 15, 20 years, you come in and they say you just got fired now. Now, your job is over with right now. You don't get no time to plan, no time to start cutting back on these people. You're done now. That's the kind of stuff they're doing to people. And we're okay with that because at the end of the day, he might be saving us a few bucks. I don't think there's any heart from us Americans toward each other. That's just my opinion. From what I can see, we don't give a damn about each other. These Bible verses sound a lot like the Spanish Inquisition and Manifest Destiny. Manifest Destiny is frightening. Europeans pillaging Africa and all of America. Is that what we're on the cusp of here? I had a guest come on last night and suggest that they're trying to turn America back to a nation, kind of like the Taliban does in Afghanistan, where they have total rule and everybody is in a submissive standpoint. I don't know. I'm not going to go that far with it, but I had a caller say that yesterday. I hear all this conversation, but when do we stop spending? What are your thoughts? It can't last forever, says Yvonne. You know, my thoughts is this. I know folks suggest the spending is out of control. But I look around and America still is one of the wealthiest, if not the wealthiest country on earth. It's like a bunch of rich people compared to everybody else on earth bitching about how broke they are. I know there's some waste in government. I do know that. But as many callers have suggested, the way Elon and Trump are targeting waste looks vindictive. It looks like it's based on vengeance as opposed to cost-cutting measures. They're targeting people and they're targeting programs that they don't like. That's where the people say, well, why the hell are folks so pissed off with Elon for saving us money as opposed to going after the folks that are actually ripping us off? You should be more angry with the people that's ripping us off than the folks that are stopping it. It's because of how he's doing it. It looks like he's not doing it to stop us from getting ripped off. It looks like he's doing it to stop resistance that came to him. It looks like it's being done based on vengeance. And there's a lot of things he said that has come out not to be true. That's also a problem. Is that he has stated stuff like the condoms, Gaza, Reuters, Politico. He's also stated things that turned out not to be true. So that doesn't help his case either. So, and then of course, the third issue is the evidence has not been presented. He's bragging about saving us a ton of money, but he's not showing evidence that that stuff is actually based on reality. So people are going to push back. The quicker he gets the actual facts out there, the better off things will be. Because like I said, we know one thing we know for a fact is Americans are being put in a state of misery every time somebody gets fired. I mean, you got thousands of people that have lost their jobs in the last 3 weeks. You don't need to question whether their lives have gotten worse. You know that. So show us how it's made us better by doing that to them. And we haven't seen that. So looking in the comments, he still thinks he's on The Apprentice, says Rohan. You know, Bill Maher on his HBO special, I watched it this morning, and he said that. He said it in comical format, but he did say it's crazy how so many folks watch Trump on The Apprentice constantly use the term "you're fired," and now they're actually shocked that he's in Washington firing people. Like, you've been watching him doing it for years. What did you think he was going to do? Numbers 35, 33, 34. So ye shall not pollute. I'm starting to sound like Samuel L. Jackson in Pulp Fiction here. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are. I know what that means. For blood it defieth the land. and the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it. That is definitely portraying us destroying us. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are. You're basically polluting your own homeland. You're doing it to yourself, in other words. You're doing it to yourself. You play it yourself, as some would say in hip-hop. For blood it defieth the land, and the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it. It almost sounds like we are bleeding out internally amongst each other. That's the way I would interpret that. And that is not something positive in any stretch of the imagination. Anyhow, folks, I do got to step away. Man, I don't want to end on that. Wow, that's bad. Wow, Will. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I do got that. Paul Smith says, now you got it. Yeah, I got it, and I didn't want to get that. I didn't want it. That's really bad. We are literally bleeding out. That's what it sounds like. Internally. He's going to use data for his AI tool. That's why he wanted to buy ChatGPT. He didn't just want to buy ChatGPT. I talked about earlier on the program. He just got refused trying to purchase. What was the company I just talked about it a minute ago? He tried to make a $97 billion. He tried to purchase OpenAI for $97.4 billion. And the board of that company rejected his purchase attempt. Now he just did, this is from less than 24 hours ago. OpenAI officially rejects Elon Musk's $94 billion buyout offer. So he tried to, and that's this particular program says 94, but it's 97.4 billion. That's crazy. One man can offer to pay $97.4 billion for something. But let me tell you something. For my folks, my beloved MAGA, who often says that you can trust Elon because he don't need money. He got all the money in the world, so don't worry about him trying to rip us off. Why would a guy who does not need money be trying to buy a company for $97 billion? Billion with a B. A guy who don't need money, why would he be spending $97 billion to buy something? Obviously, he's interested in still acquiring wealth. Obviously. So, yeah, the idea that he don't need money and he's not at the money, I don't buy that because he clearly is still making all sorts of business deals. He's deeply involved in business. So the idea that he don't need money may be true, but he's clearly still after it. Defile, this is new numbers, 35, 34. Defile not therefore the land which ye shall inhabit, wherein I dwell, for I, the Lord, dwell among the children of Israel. Defile not therefore the land which ye shall inhabit. It's almost like destroying your own home. I don't want to say, what is it? I'm trying to think of a more common phrase. Because you're basically tearing up your own home is what I'm hearing there. You're basically doing it, you're doing it till you're fucking up where you're going to live. That's what I'm hearing. It's about monopoly. Who has the most land and power, says yo. Yeah, like I said, he's paying $97 billion for a company. You don't do that unless you're trying to get paid. So he definitely is still involved in making money. I'm certainly not going to buy that he doesn't want to make money when he's making moves that big. That's a huge move. That's a huge move to do something like that. So yeah, I don't buy that he's not trying to make money. Elon is extremely transparent. He is trying to fight globalism. That's what motivates him. He is globalism. The guy is he's a resident of 3 different countries. He's in meetings with he's in meetings with Putin. He's in meetings with Zelensky. He is globalism. What do you mean? He's trying to defy globalism. He is globalism. He's going to be, if we take over Panama Canal, I wouldn't be surprised if he's in on that deal. If we end up with Greenland, I wouldn't be surprised if he got something to do with that. He is globalism. So I don't buy that. He's trying to defy globalism. He's part of it, as Anna Lux says. He's part of it. I mean, the wealthiest guy on earth, he got his hands in everything. He is globalism. I think you kind of got that one a bit off, in my opinion. Elon still can't throw them hands. I don't know about that, but I'll leave it like that. So I do appreciate you folks tuning in. As always, feel free to subscribe to the program if you favor this type of dialogue on both sides of the aisle, all sides of the aisle. You don't have to be left or right. We talk to Senator, we talk to Q, we talk to everybody. Nevertheless, feel free to subscribe if you enjoy this type of dialogue. Follow the program on TikTok. But I do have to step away, so I will catch you guys probably tomorrow as usual. It's your boy Tim the Hand.